And immediately, because the chaplain's aura gives him +2 to charge the tank commander and rip the tank in half. And
Well, you
then
did give him a chain fist.
went straight from that into the Chimera. I didn't honestly think he
So,
was going to be stopped until the Eversor assassin went, "No, you're done."
oh God. Eversor assassin.
Can you still put a regular a dreadnought in a regular drop pod, or do you need the
You
dread?
have to pay the 70 points for the dreadnought drop pod, but that's actually cheaper
Ah,
than a regular drop pod. Because a regular drop pod's 80.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which technically makes the tactic of dropping a dreadnought on someone about as expensive as a land raider, but so much more effective.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he did at least destroy 2 vehicles before losing that arm.
He destroyed 2 vehicles, 10 guardsmen from 2 different squads, and the Master of Ordnance.
Oh gosh.
You got his points back, which is about the best thing you can ask for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got his points back in change, and um, it's a very difficult tactic to counter if you have the supporting chaplain to get him to be able to charge the turn he drops consistently.
Ah. But man, that means the Eversor is really powerful then if you can rip the arm off a dreadnought.
No, Stumpy'd already taken 7 wounds. He only had 1 wound left. He just got 1 wound through,
Uh,
and that's all it took.
oh. But at least he did a good job.
Yeah,
What edition were you guys playing?
9th.
The new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna play night,
Yeah.
it's so much easier to to
Hmm.
they haven't screwed it up with a bunch of extra complication yet.
Ah.
Every Yeah, that's about the best way to say it.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I did post pictures and miniatures for Smackaforce.
I'm just proud you're using a KV2.
Of course I would. Why not? Why wouldn't I?
Because there are many people that do not understand the glory of Stalin's refrigerator.
Uh, that means they've never actually properly played with the KV2 and just simply took a shot in the dark and let that lob that shell fly, only for the cold dead hand of Comrade Stalin to reach out from grave and guide the missile over into the target. You don't aim the KV tank. You don't aim the KV shell. No, you don't. You don't go into sniper mode to shoot with the KV-1. That's asking for trouble. You just put your cursor on the target, fire the shell, and let it do its job. Usually results in a derp. And some poor schmuck going, "What the fuck just happened?" So
Let's see,
fun.
175 plus 75.
So yeah, I have about 2,500 points of Thousand
Ooh,
Suns.
that's a nice size army.
That gives me enough room to I've got a little bit of room to play with.
Yeah, you
Yeah, as
get
far as
that.
list building goes, but
You've got 1,000 suns close to an apocalyptic force.
no, 25. 2,000
Yeah.
is 1,500.
Hmm. Well, I remember they used to have it so it was 3,000 points to make it initially an apocalyptic force.
Mm,
Hmm.
yeah, they spun Apocalypse into its own rule set,
Mm-hmm.
which the rule set for that was like $100 because
Thank you for the host, Frazier. James, tier 3 sub. Holy shit, you've almost got 3 years at that. I'm starting to feel old. Corvus, 2 years in the army of Fiora. Hi.
Ah.
yeah, it's actually probably one of my smoothest turns just because it is like the slow growth
Hmm.
where I basically have what I want for the army. It's just a matter of kind of picking up whatever new stuff comes.
Hmm.
Yeah, Stumpy yesterday accounted for, in a 1,000 point game, Stumpy by himself accounted for 487 of the enemy's points.
Almost half their army. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
I mean, the chaplain just kept the Evisaur pinned down because they literally went back and forth, unable to hurt each other.
Oh.
Because the chaplain was like, mortal wounds! Or the Evisaur was like, mortal wounds! The chaplain was like, Litany of Faith? What?
So those are canceling each other out, huh?
Yeah, they're just beating on each other for no reason. And getting nowhere with it. Also, the chaplain was
So
like, I have 7 wounds. I'm okay with this.
so so effectively cue the old blacksmith song.
Yeah, just beating on him and not really getting very far.
Of course not. Oh man.
Ended up killing the Eversor with a power fist to the face. Because he stopped the dreadnought, and then Ponychick comes over and goes, I cast fist?
Oh Jesus. Uh, oh, there we go. That would have been glorious to see. Grand battle. So over 50% of their army got splapped.
No, just short of 50%, not over.
Just short. That, that's a nice amount of killage in one game, you know? Considering the cost that, well, I mean, I'm going by the old cost of dreadnoughts, but yeah.
Well, he's 150. The drop pod is 70, so he costs 220 for me to put him out.
So he earned back over double his points. I'm I see that as a decent bargain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He did his job and tied them up so that the actual people with guns could get past the giant building that was blocking them and then, start shooting. And by the time they did that, the only thing they really had left to shoot at was the Valkyrie, which absorbed the entire gun line, including the shotguns, twice over.
They'll do that.
And then crashed into the assault squad and the guy with the twin chain swords. Chain sword on paper, chain axe on model. So the twin chain axe guy just jumped on it and said, "If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me." How was your day, Benadagian?
It's bad.
You cut out there. It's been.
Okay, this is really weird. My new keyboard is bopping in and out, but it's been a good day. Got through most of the solstice armor upgrading.
Okay.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
I assume that's a Destiny thing.
Yep, the new solstice event started on Tuesday.
Okay.
I have fallen so far behind in my Destiny stuff.
I guess you could say
Hello.
you've forsaken your destiny.
Yes.
Boo!
It was there.
It was waiting for it to happen, guys. You know that.
You saw your shot and you took it.
I mean,
Yes, she did.
yes, I like taking those shots.
I mean, honestly, anybody should be enjoying taking a shot right now because, to be completely fair, it's the only thing keeping you from a grave. Well, 1 to 2, depending on which one you get.
Well, I mean,
Let's hope it's not made out of lead. I'm sorry, was that too dark?
and yeah. By the way, I decided for naming conventions, I'd call the Porsche Tiger the Squigoth and the King Tiger the King Squigoth. In those pictures. Oh my. I must share this.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
$34 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Pardon me. Of course, you know what else is coming tonight.
Well, I'm going to go to the restroom.
Okie dokies.
Alrighty.
Bones wants to know when we're gonna go drinking. I guess if we bump into each other at Cider Fest, we can do some shots.
Oh, you coming to Sutterfest again, Lance?
I would like to. I really do want to go. As long as it's going to be physical.
Hmm.
Get to meet peoples. Although now I'm going to have to be when I'm back out in the stores next time. I got to put my mask back on because our state has apparently cases of the Delta strain, and even though I'm vaccinated, and it'll keep me from getting like really royally fucked up, I just want to make sure I don't spread it to anybody who hasn't been vaccinated. Because that would be a horrible thing to do to somebody.
So Sutterfest is October 22nd through the 24th at the Hilton Milwaukee City Center. That.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I kind of want to go.
I better register then soon.
Yeah, I've got my and yes, registration is open.
Good.
So yeah, if you want to go, get your badges, get your
Mhm.
hotel room, and get your
Yeah.
travel arrangements made.
Because I did like the spirit thing last year because of the COVID quarantine. I got a box of swag. I got a bunch of stuff. I've got I even got some more posters to put up.
Yeah, with the whole
Mm-hmm.
virus business, I just figured last year was a good year to just skip.
Yeah. I
So
think a
I
lot of I just like I said, I did the online support of the convention because
yeah,
nice people. I liked it. And then they've added a Kieran to the mascots.
yep, they did.
Yep. Also got this big purple shirt as part of the swag. Uh, Also, I've got a nicely done etched mug made of glass. Nice thick glass, like you could like potentially murder somebody if you smacked them in the temple with it. Type of cider / beer drinking mug.
Yes, Bones, drag Cyrene along so we have proof that she is real.
I would like to see everybody come on. Also, get to bump into a whole bunch of people.
The stream tip grenade has been armed. 5 seconds until detonation.
Nina is watching.
Great.
Welcome back.
I was unaware that Spider Bitch would be watching tonight.
Who's watching? Oh yeah, Bones.
Only took you a minute. Wait, who
Yes.
dipped?
Well, I mean, I'm remembering. I am remembering the Spider Beach.
So I have a very silly question that I need to remember to ask Moon.
And that is?
So we've all joked and agreed that Mythic's light spell is the equivalent of a sun, yes?
Yes.
I mean, you also have the adjusting light switch on it too.
Oh,
So
geez. Wait. He has a dimmer switch?
Yes, he unlocked the dimmer switch on the third crit he rolled to cast light.
Oh.
So there's a level 14 perk called Burning Sunlight, and it gives you a +5 crit chance and plus 50% crit damage in bright daylight.
I know exactly where you're going with this as soon as you mentioned bright daylight.
Does the light spell count as bright daylight?
The army of Fiora has a new officer.
No.
Welcome, son.
I can justify one.
Hmm.
The light
It is a
spell, no
requirement.
matter how much you want it to be daylight, is still technically artificial light. It does not mimic nor have the properties encountered by solar radiation. Therefore, it does not provide the said daylight. However, if someone is stunned rather than harmed by light, such as a vampire not being able to walk in the day, then yes, a drow could technically be blinded by the light. But if you were seeking to actually kill a vampire with it, the answer is no.
That's a good flashbang, though.
It's an excellent flashbang, and it will actually blind people, especially if you're in a darker environment and they're not prepared for the light. It's the equivalent of me waking up first thing in the morning, not even putting on my glasses, and walking out to the mailbox in the Arizona sunlight. Yeah, I'm gonna be blind for the first like 5-6 seconds while I'm outside, and it's gonna take about 10 or 11 seconds before I can see.
Yeah. And to build onto that point, Mythic, the book has a lot of those instances where it requires a natural ground or natural light. A lot of the Earth Pony, just basically the, I'm gonna air quotes, Earth-based perks are require natural ground. Like, for example, ground earthing allows you to dissipate magic spells cast on you, but you have to have all 4 hooves on the ground, and you have to be aware of the spell, and you have to pass an endurance check. There's like a bunch of things behind it just to be able to knock that off. There's also what is it called? There's one that basically just lets you have perception through the ground through
Yes,
natural
Earth Sense.
surfaces. Yeah, Earth Sense is so good. Yeah, because base Earth Sense allows you to detect perception times 10 yards. I want to say yards around you. But if you take the next one, well, no, it's the yards, but it has to be natural ground. So if you're like walking around the wasteland and stuff, then yes, it would count. But if you go into a building or something, that wouldn't count. If you get the next one, the next tier of it, which requires a perception 7, it can be materials made from natural things. However, you can also have that moment where you walk in somewhere and the ground isn't natural or made from natural things, and you can just pause and look at everyone and go, "This place isn't right."
Right, yeah.
So I've been considering taking that perk. There's a reason why I kind of went full depth into it.
That's pretty cool. I'm just
Yeah.
looking at the perk, like, it just says bright daylight, and that usually refers to, like, light levels and stuff. Although, I mean, I guess at this point it's just GM's interpretation.
So,
MT, though, is there any perk you haven't looked into at this point?
You're not wrong.
I
Like,
mean,
I'm even looking at the games and I'm like, there are literally no perks that I can justify taking in character.
oh wow.
So, as
I
a
mean-
side note to everyone, please don't use just the lock safe for your games. There is stuff in the core book that is not in the lock safe, because Snips yesterday revealed to me that he was only using the lock safe and couldn't find the M1 Garand, and I'm like, it's the battle rifle. Well, that's not in the lock safe. It's in the core book.
Wait,
Mhm.
serious?
He's like, so there's pump action shotguns in the game? Core book. There's
Yes,
like
no,
3
that's the
gauges
hunting
of pump
shotgun.
action shotgun.
No, there's only 2
Ooh.
gauges, but I get what you mean. Oh, you mean 3 of the pump action shotguns?
Yeah, there's 3 different.
Give me a second.
But the
let me
lock
check.
safe is
Would they
supposed to
be-
have
would-
everything.
Would it be the classic 12, 16, and 20 gauge?
I think
only-
it's just
the only-
12 and 20.
It's 12
Yeah,
and
there's only
20, but there is the tier 5 punt gun, which is 0.
Oh, the punt gun. That's an elephant rifle.
I fail to
Punt
see the problem.
gun?
If you've got a large thing like a hellhound coming at you, brace against a solid object and pop
What tier?
away.
Quick question. What tier is the battle rifle?
Like 2, maybe 3.
I think it's 2 because of its high AP cost. Let me check.
I guess it's not my
No,
copy of it.
the battle rifle's got a relatively low AP cost.
Oh yeah, it's tier 3. It's 25 AP.
Tier 3.
It's tier 3.
But hey, it's the only
Grenade
rifle.
launcher, sniper rifle, zebra rifle. Yeah, it's not in my copy of the book.
No matter what game you're playing, it's the only rifle that you can get that goes ping.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for ages, Chifundo's sniper rifle was, well, it actually is a
It's a varmint rifle.
no, I've not used a varmint rifle for literally years in IRL. In terms of the game, it's no, the varmint rifle runs out of steam very quickly. I was using the hunting rifle, but the AP cost was killing me, so I persuaded Moon to let me take the battle rifle and put the hunting rifle barrel on it.
Okay.
Wait, then, Fee, what page is it in your copy of the book?
The battle rifle?
Yeah, I might need to see if any of my links still work because I don't have it in my versions, but I know they've come out with 2 or 3 updated versions. Because I know the battle rifle exists because I have it on one of my sheets. Because all my tier 3s.
Momentarily hear me screaming at Moon incoherently.
Yeah, because for my list for tier 3s, assault grenade launcher, enchanted crossbow, grenade launcher, sniper rifle, zebra rifle, and that's it.
Wait, there's one specifically being a zebra rifle?
Yes.
The zebra rifle, in my opinion, is actually one of the best rifles in the game.
Anything zebra. Okay, if it was a naturally silenced weapon in the Fallout games. So if you played, what was it, the Pit, the Infiltrator?
Yeah.
Is a zebra rifle.
Oh, okay. So that's
Okay.
where they got that one from. Gotcha. The infiltrator.
So I have to go yell at Moon incoherently.
Okay.
Yay!
But
Why?
yeah.
Why do you have to yell at him incoherently?
Because they replaced the battle rifle with the automatic rifle.
Oh.
Which is the M10 with the banana magazine. But they don't have the original battle rifle. Even though the two of them have different stats.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure the battle rifle is in
I just looked.
survival guide.
I just looked in every single book. The only place the battle rifle exists is in the pre-release material.
Yeah, because I knew it was in the system.
Yeah, they only published the automatic rifle. They never published the battle rifle, even though it's in the system and it is available for people. But yeah, okay. Hey, Moon.
I mean,
yeah, there was a reason why, because Snips was trying to stat out the rifle in another game, and I paused and went, "No, it's not in any of the books," because I remember checking them myself.
It's in the pre-release materials, and apparently it has been canonized as something that's actually in the game. They just haven't published the stats for it.
Again.
Oh, Moon.
If it's got like a banana clip and all that, that sounds like they're doing the Fallout 4.
Wait, we had a hype train? When did that happen?
That was like 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, weren't you paying attention?
No, I went to pee.
It happened before you went to.
I said
You
the hype train happened before.
Before you took your bio break.
I say it happened before I posted my 34 months.
I was making tea. What the?
You were probably so preoccupied by your call from Mother Nature that you just glossed over it. Oh my!
I just posted the two. Wait, Netflix KFK at the moment.
Oh, that's a good question. Did they take getting bits for ads away? Insane Scorpion wants to know.
I guess can't share my own channel. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right. I forgot about the really kind of semi-flat Earth Pony perk for Crunch, but for Fluff, it's really good. Yeah, let me find it. It's like a level 20 perk.
Oh, Bones says it looks like they have. Man, they've been making some weird changes, and I'm not happy with all the changes.
Oof. Yeah, there's Life Drain, which literally lets you tack on 50 plus 5D.
They have taken it away because people were abusing it. Several party members were using multiple accounts to earn bits, and then use those bits to dump onto their own channel through their botted accounts.
Oh, that's just
an estimated $6.4 million was ripped from Twitch's advertisers using this methodology.
Wow.
Which is why all the
Smart,
Twitch bans got
but
handed
wrong.
out last month. It was them banning all those people and their accounts. However,
that and apparently lewd suggestive behavior on Twitch. Mm-hmm.
Bits and cheers can still be done by buying the bits. This also makes you immune to any ad break for the next hour by buying simply 100 bits and giving it to the respected channel. So that's the new bit system. All content creators on Twitch who are at least affiliates now receive money from ad revenue as though they were partners. This is to compensate for the lack of being able to get bits through ads. While not as exciting, it does mean that by watching an ad, you are sponsoring the content creator.
Or, you know, you could just...
So I am going to point out...
Sorry.
You could just... open to abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Adagio.
It keeps cutting out because the wireless keeps reconnecting the keyboard and cutting off my press. But my comment was, or you could just subscribe to your favorite streamers. It costs you less and supports them more.
True and false.
If
It
you
supports
subscribe-
partners more. It does not support affiliates as much unless you buy the higher tier subscriptions. Because a partner receives 75%, whereas an affiliate such as myself only receives 50%. Thereby meaning if you bought $2.50 of bits, you would actually support me more with 250 bits than you do with a $5 tier 1 sub. Because the tier 1 sub costs $4.99, I receive $2.45 after tax. Whereas the 250 bits, I receive $2.50. That's the difference. So if you have bits, great. If you don't, just buy a sub. It's fine.
For the sake of me not making that mistake again, is there a bar in the core rulebook?
No, there's not a bar in the core rulebook. I can tell you that straight up.
I believe that there is something similar to a BAR.
If anything, you're probably...
Warning! Stream tip overload. All hands, prepare for exploded broken Fiora in 5,
You know,
4,
I go to look up something in the
3,
core rulebook, and
2,
Wasabi's like, "No, you're gonna
1.
stop
Detonation
right now."
imminent.
Tidoshian Embassy Support Fund
There's
for
another
Straving
way, folks.
Artists.
Just throw money at
You
the,
have a
at the
Tidoshian.
streamer.
Hold on. You have a Tidoshian support embassy since when?
I think it was like a year ago.
It was a while ago.
Mm.
So there we go.
Why
We
wasn't
have
I told about this?
It's our fund for starving artists.
Martini already gave a couple of bits to it.
Okay.
Nobody ever goes back to town. You expect stuff to just stay the same?
To answer your question, the BAR is best represented by the 308 machine gun.
Probably use 308 machine gun and chop off a fair amount of the magazine size, reduce the AP cost.
Yeah, so I was thinking.
Maybe reduce the strength cost. Because you're not carrying as big of a
No.
drum.
Strength 8. If you've ever seen someone carrying or firing a BAR, that thing's heavy as fuck.
You have an integrated bipod.
Yeah, it's still gonna be lighter than a 308 machine gun, which is basically a general purpose machine gun.
Well, that leaves me with the Car 98, the Mose.
I could have sworn that the bar was just basically the M1 Garand, just fully automatic.
Yes,
it's a different
full auto.
So the BAR is a lot older. The first BARs were mid World War I. And they were designed for the concept at the time was walking fire, which was quickly proven to be a bogus idea.
Yeah.
It's a 10 round. I want to say
10 round. Yeah, it's a 10-round magazine box, and
but basically it's designed for one person to operate and just fire from the hip.
The BAR, hold on. The BAR.
How much does it weigh?
Let me read. So, the BAR, invented in 1917, was the idea of using walking fire over fully automatic rifles, as he describes. The original cartridge was a 10-round magazine. However, in 1918, the standardized version was a 20-round magazine. It carries the full 20-round magazine loaded weighs 24 pounds or 11 kilograms. In addition to this, it has the equivalent recoil of a full-sized rifle rather than any form of recoil reduction. This means that anyone firing the weapon must be properly braced against the ground or other fortification-like object. Wooden window seals during the Second World War were found to be insufficient for bracing, as the repeated recoil from the bipod would actually tear the seal off the window.
So, that being said, who wants to see Art of Chifundo firing one of those from the hip?
So how heavy did you say it is?
It is 24 pounds or 11 kilograms.
It's in the same weight category as an M60 Pig.
Fully loaded. Unloaded, it is 19.8 pounds or 9 kilograms. Yeah. And it is the size of a full-size squad automatic weapon. Like a modern saw, M248 is the same size as a BAR, and this only carries 20 shots.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's probably have the same strength requirement. Obviously, you chop down the magazine size. You're gonna need to reduce the AP cost. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to take it over the 308 machine gun.
It can be hip. Now, to clarify, there is a technique for hip firing it. However, the hip fire technique, as demonstrated by the French military, is horrifically inaccurate and usually only used for suppression as opposed to actually hitting your target.
Spray and pray.
Yes, it was.
I mean, that was basically what walking fire was.
The idea was, as you were crossing dead man's land between the trenches, you'd be firing this thing from the hip to try to keep the Germans'
enemy heads down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, little known fact, Bonnie and Clyde preferred that particular weapon.
Yep.
Yes, because it made an excellent fire suppression weapon while driving along in a car, because you could just slam it onto the side of the car and just hold the trigger.
Yeah, apparently Clyde also sawed down the barrel in the stock a little bit.
Intimidation.
Yes.
Allow me to walk into a bank with a bar.
Yes, you'd walk in the bank with a bar, pop a couple of rounds off, and says, "This is a stick up." And well,
Fired
people.
around.
I mean, there were also legitimate versions of the BAR designed to be lightened as well.
Yeah.
So the FBI had their own version that was based. That was that.
Hey, man.
Oh, it's
And
waiting on Moon.
Because they were fighting fire
While
with
we're
fire.
waiting on Moon.
He's here. He's literally just
yes,
turned
I
up.
see that. Hi, I am the
Yeah, do your thing. It's fine.
The book 3 goes to the printing press in 3 days. I have some more work I need to do on it tomorrow evening, but otherwise it's basically done. I have to go through and get the edits from MT and one other person, our editor, Xenophase. He's now calling himself Chameleon. Okay, I have to go through and get the edits from Chameleon and MT organized together, but otherwise it's pretty much done. It's just going to be a matter of get the edits done and then scan copy and replace. But I have everything laid out properly, and the program will identify what's changed and what hasn't and how to change it. Thankfully, so I won't have to re-inlay the entire book.
Yeah, I believe Chameleon is on 57, and I will be trying to do some of 53 on the side.
He's already done 58. He's already done 58, and Props has already done 59 and 60. It's just...
Oh, dang.
It's just me sitting down and doing the final, yes, this is the PDF we're printing.
Okay.
So if you want a copy of the third book, you need to order it by Saturday. Because once I put in the number for the order, I can't change that number. And if I need to order more than what we intend at the moment, the only way I know to do that is if you've ordered a copy. So that's literally how that works.
Also, Moon. Somebody needs slapping upside the head.
Who?
Whoever forgot to include the battle rifle in either Wasteland Survival Guide or Lock the Lot Safe.
Hold on.
It's not there. We've checked.
Okay. Why are you just looking for the damage, or just going through and going?
We were looking for the weapon stats because Snips claimed he couldn't find it, and I'm like, it should be in there. We've been using weapon stats from the pre-release. I know it should be in the core book. No, it's not in either one.
There were a couple of spells that I wrote that got the same thing. Things just get left on the cutting room floor when you're trying to put everything together.
Spells?
Also,
unfortunately, it just happened to be one of the, like... Unfortunately, the gun got Bozard.
But there is a Bozar.
Right, there is, and you have to go through insane hurdles to find it. To the point that it only got re-added into Vegas with DLC.
Okay.
Wait, I thought the battle rifle was already in Vegas by default.
The Bozar. I'm saying that gun has now become as rare as, like, the mythical carbine.
Mm-hmm.
When does that gun become so rare, man? What did you do to that poor gun?
It's not what I did to that poor gun, it's what that poor gun does to wildlife.
Oh. I see.
What the fuck do you mean, Grant?
I just wouldn't put it past you to do something terrible to a poor gun. A poor defenseless firearm.
Hey now, I actually practice firearm safety. I like guns. I just, don't like guns as much as some other people like guns.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
You mean like folks with full cabinets of guns?
Shiflindo, just do me a favor and post it in the Q&A or feedback so that it can be made aware that the mythical battle that the warehouse full of M1s got seized by, like, apparently one of the ministries.
So there's just going to be, like, someone who turns up with 500 M1s one day and no one knows why.
I'm now just imagining that person strolling into Mad Max shop and it turns into M1 Garand versus AK-47.
Oh no! He's one of those people who he's one of the few that has the mythical battle rifle.
He is one of the few with the mythical battle rifle.
Yeah, the higher level traders, often have access to the rare stock, like the fabled Garand.
There are moments where upon the battlefield with raiders, they have discussed a mythical ping, and then they hear the ping of Chifundo's battle rifle, and everyone goes, the mythic weapon, and begins trying to storm towards Chifundo to kill him.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The most powerful thing that Chifundo can do with that gun is empty it.
Wait.
Is more powerful than any bullet you've ever thrown out of that weapon.
And here I was thinking that Mythical's mythic weapon was his lower horn.
No. See, Chifundo should be embracing his Zabrekian gifts and actually be shamanising them. Doing spirit fuckery. But because he was seduced by the lure of the ping, well,
you could. I mean, Chifundo could ask a spirit if they wanted to hang out in the gun.
Bones has got to go. Have a good one, Bones.
Bye, Bones.
Take care, Bones.
He's gonna be up
Take care,
in the
Bones.
morning.
See ya.
I only rerolled initiative because I replaced my token. I don't know why the rest of you fuckers are doing it.
Why is that token so tiny?
Because you
it's
did
not
the thing.
resized.
Because I'm not
And
GO
everyone
and I haven't resized and I
thinks
can't
they should
resize
do
it.
the thing.
I mean,
Because humans
also-
are instinctively
Yeah, we
bad
should do
creatures.
the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Hey, to Doshin Embassy,
Yes?
do what we pay you for.
Wait, you don't pay me a thing.
Yeets bottle cap at you.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm paid. Howdy, folks. We're back again for another
Been paid
roll.
in a single soda.
Hey, sodas are tasty. So, anyways, the party last time, they were hanging out inside the keep. They were making sure that Valor would wake up fairly well normal. I mean, for some reason, there was some doubts that he would, but I mean, he's got one of those crazy boxes inside his chest.
They don't believe me.
But anyway, yes, and apparently the conversation between Sunrise and Mythic did finally finish and wrap up, and they've put some distance between each other for the time being so they can each think things over, calm down, and we'll see what happens with the party after this mess. Chifundo and Mythic, and I believe it was Pineapple involved, and I believe Medicinal. I always forget what Medicinal was up to because he's kind of slippery and elusive with all that Hades around him. You know what I'm saying? But apparently, Chifundo got inside and found some interesting information about the ponies inside the stable. So that they are pretty healthy and living well, and there's a lot of them. Also, it turns out that Chifundo found a pineapple nuzzled into his mane when it all got said and done. Who would have thought? Yes, Nyota was sitting there making a new meal for everybody. So there was that. And tensions are finally eased in the party for the time being, which is good. Party needs to mellow out a little bit. And honestly, it was a kind of a low-key session. A lot of talk happened, a lot of role play. Party members getting to talk things out, and then they found out Valor was like, "Oh no, this is like a nice occurrence for me to get my ass whooped. It's a rare thing." So he was kind of happy that he actually was kind of defeated, which is kind of strange. But I guess always kicking people's ass and winning battles might get a little boring after a while for some people who are like never gonna die, really. And I'll let Moon take it away from here and let the party ensue from here.
Well, we must play the theme song.
Yes, yes.
But yes, theme song.
Starts blaring out Bloody Stream.
What?
Sorry, Rogue One.
Yes.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. From the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man was born in this world that is torn. A fruit that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise to overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind, and whose words will remind.
So, as a part of tonight, I do have 3 pieces of artwork for you guys. One is a work in progress, one is the fan art I will be using for my token, and the last one is the completed final art piece for the book. So, I'm actually going to switch back to intro mode for this. Knock that up. So, this is by Sora. The quote coffee bunny incident. I can't believe she actually figured out how to draw a tabard on a bunny. I'm genuinely impressed. This is work in progress, obviously. The fan art piece from tonight. It's goofy and adorable and just dumb, and I'm like, sure. I haven't received much in fan art this week and in the last 2 weeks, so take what you can get. In this case, this is what we got, so I hope you enjoy it. All of these will be uploaded to my Discord shortly, by the way. And the last piece. Last piece I was waiting on for book 3. This art piece has been in and off progress for, I want to say, damn near 2 years. Because we had originally intended to print it we had originally intended for this to be in book 2, and that obviously never happened. So yeah, this has been a work in progress for a long time. This is by Soren. And in the background, you'll notice that there's no alguacil, and the reason for that is because the other art piece that complements this one is already ready, but you will also notice that Soot is looking out of the tank turret up here, and this is definitely not in good shape. Anyway, I'm not going to turn my Discord back on and turn this over to the Moon. So let me get that sorted out here.
Speedrun pasting it in because I chopped up the book for faster and easier finding.
Cool.
Yeah, basically inventions as per WSG. Earth ponies get even more stupid.
Yep. They're just humans without hands.
You mean like half the stuff Hayes has already pulled out of his butt that isn't strange enough?
Well, I mean, a large amount of that stuff is things that he, has and acquires. All of the random Hayes doodads.
Yeah, but it's basically Earth ponies can flat out make schematics.
Well, I mean, Hayes makes. Well, yeah, that was retooled back in when schematics were put into fully streamlined inventions, but they were just that reined in their shenaniganry. And Hayes producing random things doesn't surprise me. He's a stoner with a backpack full of parts, which means that at any point in time, Hayes is capable of being, a wasteland medic or an engineer.
Yeah, he can basically, he's really good at doing on the fly thinking.
I have a coupon. What is this coupon for? I forgot.
Wait, what do you have? Coupon?
The coupon I think is like for half off or something at a medical shop or something.
Oh yeah, the coupon was for South Shore because they actually have coupons.
No, I thought it was for Manhattan.
Oh, that coupon. Yes.
Moon, what's the coupon from South Shore?
Don't worry about the coupon from South Shore. You weren't there yet.
There's a single missing episode that I don't have, and it's session 125.
Yeah, you weren't there. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Also, by the way, this is my 10th session, apparently.
Cool. I'm proud of all the talking that you've done in between now and then.
Damn.
You've said so many words. I'm so proud of you. You've come out of your shell so much. Good bean.
Is he a good bean, though?
He is a very good bean.
He is good bean. Changed my
I'm
mind.
just checking.
He's very good bean.
Okay. But is he Chifundo level good bean?
Chifundo's not a good bean. Chifundo is accidentally sexy.
He's an oh my gosh, Chifundo.
Pineapple, on the other hand.
Chifundo is an accidental bard.
Yeah, thank you. Accidental bard. Accidental bard.
Yes. I have another person to put into that box.
Okay.
Hey, Hetty, apparently as a horse you can pick up everyone, men or women.
I mean,
there we go.
Male, female, neither, both.
Spirits. You guys did get a tank, so you could theoretically pick up chicks in a tank.
You can't pick
I've got
chicks
it.
in a tank.
I've got the perfect theme song. He's sexy and he knows it.
Well, yeah, you don't pick up chicks in the tank. You blow them away with your tank.
I would argue that you can pick up chicks in a tank because we actually did.
I'm just being silly because tanks shoot things.
It's like the joke, though.
No. You get a souped up wagon, and then you drive to a city, and then you find some lone adventurer who looks like they're starting on a quest, and then you look them in the eyes and go, "Get in, nerd, we're going adventuring."
I mean, if you drove past T in a Leopard's One, you'd probably pick her up very easily.
Well, it's not so much pick her up as you'd need to get a crowbar to physically remove her from the exterior of the hull, as she's just latched on.
Say anything about the exterior of the hull, I know where the gunner seat is, and I know how to sit in it.
Right, like I'm saying, you'd need a crowbar and some Crisco to get her out of there, because she's just like, no, tank! Must tank!
Hey guys,
I'm thinking
guys.
Let's get on topic now.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hey guys, I was just going to add one more thing before getting quiet again. It was like that scene from Stripes where the two Russian guys were looking at the special combat vehicle. Go, hey, with a vehicle like that, we could pick up chicks in Minsk.
God damn it.
I'm the only one that thinks red versus blue here. All right.
Why do you think I quoted that exactly?
Okay, we are the
Chemical
only
from
ones
this
here that
section.
think red versus blue. Got it.
Okay. Let me actually get on the correct screen I need to be on. Okay. I need to reorient these, and I don't actually know what Nyota's last initiative is, but it won't matter soon.
I just figured it'd be best to just re-roll, as it's been a while since the last time.
Well, the issue was I had left off on it being Mythic's turn, but I have no problem with everyone re-rolling initiative. That's not an issue.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's actually changed all that much.
Yeah, I think at most one up a point or so. It's not really a big deal. Mythic, you can re-roll initiative if you so choose.
Alright.
If you so choose.
Yeah, I ain't re-rolling. It's for me to beat 15 is hard.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't think so. What in the hell?
I have the distinct impression that I should prepare for my beating.
I'm more just confused as why Roll20 thought that 11 was a smaller number than 9.
I'm confused why Roll20 thinks 9 is a larger number than 15.
It just added them back to the top. It needed to be read.
Yeah.
I was about to say, that is a very small sunrise.
It's the one piece of fan art I got in the last 2 weeks, so I guess it's the token for tonight. I'm not sorry.
I think she looks better this way.
I'm not. I was pushing the wrong button down. I'm not throwing any kind of shade or anything. I love that chibi little sunrise. I feel like it's either going to ask Dewey or it's just gonna wander around on 2 legs and be surprised why everyone's on all 4s. It's fantastic.
You're welcome.
I love it.
All I could think of looking at that face is, who wants a muffin?
It's just everyone's super serious around her, and she just I made mac and cheese.
mean, mine's not exactly super serious.
Okay, that's fair. But, like, I also just kind of assumed that you're making Zen horse noises at all given points in time, or, speaking in, like, procedural rhyme noises.
Also, no, my initiative roll did not change from the last time to the current.
Jesus Christ. What, you rolled both a 15 and a 7 last time?
No, the first one came out, and then it rolled a second time because roll 20.
Yeah, I know, your initiative tends to double roll. I was asking if it did the same thing last time with a 15 and a 7.
No, last time it only rolled once at a 15.
Huh, weird.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Alright, well, that's not important. It's just weird. Mythic. Are you there?
I am here.
Okay. As you were making your way back down from the keep after having had a conversation with Nyota.
And zebra weed from Hayes.
So Valor's keep just kind of smells like a college dorm room at the moment. Make me a perception check as you make your way down the stairs. Okay. As you're coming down, you don't notice the room that Valor's tucked into. You just have a feeling that you just know he'd been brought inside. It seems that Arcane and Pineapple are having a conversation about something. Chifundo, were you still in? I almost said auto zone. Were you still in the zone, or had you come out of zebra space?
I sort of come back and spoken to Sunrise about what I'd seen.
Oh, that's right. You give him the. I thought you went back in afterwards. Okay.
No, we cut off before I sort of asking about that.
Okay. So. But yeah, Mythic, you make your way back down. Everyone seems to be chatting about, or seem to be trying to figure out what to do next after Chifundo gave his short debriefing, of which you only caught the tail end.
All right, and Hayes has announced that dinner's ready?
Yep, more or less.
All right, so there is food. Has anyone brought the table back in?
Didn't we ask this last session and everyone said no?
Not, so
We didn't.
Okay, the table is still out there. Hayes, there is no kitchen table for you to put that down on.
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be an issue for us. We're used to eating in the middle of nowhere.
God, I can't wait until I find something that phases you. All right. So the floor is kept swept. There are enough cushions that you can gather everyone around to eat. And you had seen not quite enough dishes, but at least enough things that you could use as serving implements.
Would anybody like me to, put the table back in?
I think Vala would appreciate it.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Speaking of, where is he?
Oh, he's back there in bed.
I don't think any of us can physically pick up his table.
No, but a couple of people working together probably can.
How heavy is this table?
With your potency, you could lift it in telekinesis. It is a solid oak table, but you could lift it.
Also, as for plates and things, my character sheet literally has tin plate and a fork. So I'm good.
Yes.
Hey,
And you still have that teacup.
Yes.
Yes,
Ah, beat you to it.
I still have the perfect teacup.
Yes. That teacup is still spotless.
All right, I'll go grab the table. Hayes, do you think I could take Valor his food? I know he said he'd wanted to speak to me, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could both eat together.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna go grab that table.
Okay. Give me a potency check. And don't
You asked for a potency check. Oh, that's right. I could just. It's no use. That is probably the best I'll roll all night.
Okay. You with ease managed to TK up. I can remove the table spot.
Remove the chair. Oh, there it goes. And of course, whatever chairs that we brought out as well.
Well, I mean, it's not like he has enough chairs for us.
The chairs are also, light enough that anyone could have lifted them.
Arcane, I don't exactly know where you got the big dog, but we need to move the big dog so we can put the table back.
Oh, big dog's under the table.
Is it begging for scraps within 5 seconds?
No. So it did the thing where there's a table down. The dog had moved out of the way initially, but upon seeing that there was a large table, the dog proceeded to go under the table. That's a chair. Spin around several times until it was convinced that the underside of the table had been made perfectly well into the shape of a dog bed, and then there was just a small etherical loafing sound as the dog proceeded to become one with the floor again. Although, admittedly, this would... the action of the table coming back would displace the two of them.
I was gonna ask, has Pineapple joined with the dog underneath the table?
Shit, that's a good point.
I think I hear the sound of a willpower check.
It sounds like an adorable squeak this time.
No, Pineapple's a bit too taken aback with the fact that you just lifted up an oak table with your horn like it was nothing. And he's just staring at you, trying very hard to, maintain some air of civility.
Me not just squee and melt into a puddle of, oh, you're so awesome.
Yeah, also I need to move the dog to the map layer.
See, the oak table isn't really a problem. I mean, it's not made out of mahogany or anything.
Mahogany. No, unfortunately, it's not made out of mahogany because that's one of those hardwoods that takes forever to grow.
See abridged references are you gonna squeeze into one episode?
Is that a challenge?
All of them. Well, now that you challenged me, I guess I'm just gonna fit all of them.
But is it mahogany harvested from the blood trees of Melchior 7?
It was Melchior 5.
Also, I mean, you're saying about the speed of growth of mahogany. Have you seen oaks?
Hey, Ravage. The stream's only been...
I mean, guys, I could just spend the entire episode talking like this.
Let me check the episode. We've only been going for an hour and 15 minutes, including pre-stream, and already they've managed to squeeze in 5 DBZ abridged references.
I can start talking like Krillin if you would like.
There are. I want to remind you, Moon. There are people in our audience who were young enough to not know what that is.
What?
Alrighty then.
Hi, I'm that person. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z.
Well, I've never watched Dragon Ball Z either.
So
I
when
watched
we
the bridge.
okay, I was gonna say you're about to lose your weeb card. That's all right, MT. When you finally turn 21 and I am able to get you that long prophesized drink, I'm going to sit you down and we're gonna watch Kai for like 4 hours.
God, no.
Can I join?
No, just watch the abridged. Trust me. Watch the abridged. It's better. Kai is an abomination.
I think the point was to make MT.
They pulled out Mr. Popo, okay? They turned him blue.
Am I thinking of Kai or Super? That was the...
Kai is the shortened, edited, and the heavily censored.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking
remake.
of Super.
Yeah, Super is fun, but Super follows everything that happened in Z after the Cell Saga and maybe the Boo Saga.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I
puts
thought
out
Kai
all
was
of GT because GT is a dumpster fire and we don't talk
We
about
don't talk about GT. Anyway.
All right, gotta pull this trade back on.
All right. So to answer the slew of questions, no, pineapple does not go under the table.
What were you saying, Hetty?
If you address me and I don't respond, tonight my connection seems to be absolute shit, and everybody keeps breaking up on me. So I apologize. Bear with me. Talk to me a couple of times if you need to get my attention.
Oh, you're perfectly fine. My brain's still recovering from heat exhaustion, so I fully acknowledge that I'm going to go on roller coasters of thought.
And how is that different from a normal session?
Because usually I can attempt to path the things together, but now I just keep hearing roundabout in my head every time I stare at the wall.
You're having a fun day with it then.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so the table's back in. Food can be placed upon the table. Valor and his lack of chairs are going to just kind of be shunted off to the side. He only has 2. He's not used to many guests. And yes, the group is able to gather around for a meal. However, Nyota, as I'm sure you'd still be able to smell the scent of wafting haze food up the keep steps, you're still up there on one of the few chairs scattered about this location, enjoying just a nice smoke and relaxation session.
I'll even break out the hot plate that I've got and boil up a little bit of water to make just a mug of tea. And not Granny specialty. I'm saving that.
There's a small table that you can set the hot plate on. So.
And I'm gonna take a look over in the direction of the Philly Scout camp that Hayes had pointed.
My power's flickering, so if I just randomly drop.
Understood.
Well, we're having a good session technology-wise today.
Yeah, I just watched all the lights flicker twice. I'm gonna go kill the AC real quick.
Wow.
Sure that's a good idea?
Yeah, hold that thought real quick, Adagio.
Proudly puffs out chest at having hauled an entire table by myself.
Look, this is surprisingly a lot done for us in the first hour of a session. I'm kind of proud.
Yeah, no. We are really on topic today.
At the same
I need to make more DBZ references.
Look. The only thing
Okay.
I know is that I could replace every line in DBZ Abridged with Moon saying Valor from every time that someone is supposed to say Raccoon, and it would still make sense.
Beautiful.
I just mentally imagined that too.
That's good shit.
All
right.
Okay.
So, all right, no. Sorry about that. So you're grabbing the hot plate, setting it down. What were you breaking out on there? Was it tea? Or...
I was just going to make a simple cup of tea, not Cranny Eats special tea. I'm saving that for later. But I was also going to take a look in the general direction of the Philly Scout camp that Hayes made me aware of.
Do you have anything to magnify your vision?
That's a good question. And I'm tempted to ask if the weapon that was in the box that I picked up from the courier cache so long ago happened to have a scope on it, being maybe a hunting revolver. But that's
you should roll luck real quick.
So
Let me real quick.
Can
yeah,
I
keep going?
Can I ask
frame that roll?
Can I ask? Can I ask that Nyota have like the full on
no.
Captain
Sunrise?
Barbosa pirate thing? Go ahead.
What is the equivalent of the Ranger Sequoia in this system?
The
4570 government, right?
The 4570.
Yeah, there's a hunting rifle in the 4570. Give me a hot second.
The
and I will
the,
find
the
step.
equivalent to the Ranger Sequoia is not the hunting revolver. It's the 4570 government.
The 4570 ministry.
Yep. So
it was Moon's favorite revolver. That's why I know that so well.
Would you have a problem with me having one of those?
I just assumed that's what the revolver was in the box.
The one in the box was a hunting revolver specifically. But I would not have an issue with it being in a similar pattern. It's not specifically a Sequoia, since the Sequoia was designed as an NCR Ranger sidearm. But
it's based off of the pre-NCR modifications.
Yeah, it's based off of the pre-style big game hunting revolver. And considering I have IRL seen one of my cousins go hunting with a gun like this, you can't silence it, and the second that you do, you cannot go back into stealth for a round, because it sounds like a fucking thunderclap.
I'm okay with that.
It's fucking wowed. But yes, it is the revolver with the shit.
It's a BFR.
Yep, it is the revolver. It does have the 5x scope on it.
Just imagining Sunrise pulls out her binoculars and then Nyota pulls out this thing and she just looks at him like, what?
He just looks back. I'm not compensating. I found this in a box.
It's the exact same from Pirates of the Caribbean, where, you know, Barbosa pulls out his spyglass and then Jack's like, eh.
So yes, you take out the thing. It takes a minute to set it to your eye, but you are able to aim down the sights. I will say it only has the rounds that, unless you have some on your sheet, it only had the rounds that were in the cylinder. So use it sparingly. But yeah, you aim down the sight, look down the scope. What are you specifically trying to look for?
I want to kind of see what camp this is. Like, what colors are they flying? What Philly Scout troop do they belong to? Are they part of Coffee Stain's group? that we know their colors, or is it something completely different?
This camp, there are a few colors being flown about. It seems that this is one of the larger trading settlements you'd heard Scabola talk about in passing. But you notice that one of the sets of colors being flown there was one of the sets of colors that she still kept on her person. You've seen these colors before. You are intimately familiar with this color pattern. But you can make out, it's not well just because it's only a 5x and you're still a bit away, but you can make out some fillies doing drills out in the courtyard. You can't tell if they're doing spear work or just arms drills or what, but you can see them doing something with what looks to be a rifle or a stick that is just shaped with a rifle. You haven't seen anyone shoot anything yet. But farther away, you can tell there's a very large commons area. People are eating around there, so it's likely that that is a cafeteria or some kind of distribution. But there's a bunch milling around. There's easily a couple hundred scouts that live here. Not that you see a couple of hundred, but given the size of it and the few that are just here or there, it makes sense that several hundred ponies call this place home, at least. It's a very large complex. There's smoke coming out of stacks, not too bad where it's supposed to. It is a place that is operating well.
Well, that's good to know. It's good to know that there is a nearby facility that would aid in Scapola getting a troop set up for herself. And with that, I'm just going to tend to the tea water until it's ready, and then once everything is all said and done, I'm going to take the tea downstairs and join everybody for dinner.
The water will take about 7 minutes to boil, another few to steep the tea. So in about 10-15 minutes time, you have a mug of not scalding, but very hot and properly made tea. I need a perception check too.
That's a negative.
Okay.
Wow, roller coaster.
You win some, you lose some. Okay. Yeah, so you can start your next turn downstairs.
Alrighty. Hopefully it's not a bumpty splat downstairs.
No, that's not what it was for. You were not about to. You are not going to have a very intimate encounter with the table. But Chifundo, there's food.
Yeah, help Hayes kind of set things up on the table, and yeah, I guess I'll take a portion and sit down to eat.
Chifundo, make me a shamanism check at -40.
Okay. That is a fail by 10. Oh my god, Chifundo fails a shamanism check.
As
it's the end of the world.
As you're by exactly 1 degree though. So as you are on the very hard check that passes, but as you're sitting down, as you're tucking in for food, there's a little bit of a cold shiver that goes up your spine. Now, this isn't the first time you've had a weird cold chill walk its way up your back.
Yeah, but as somebody that's trained as a shamanism, that kind of piques my curiosity, and I'm I guess I'd actively kind of delve into my shamanism for a moment, just to see if I can see if there is anything spiritual to it, or whether it's just my body being my body.
Well, I was going to say, so the cold chill at first, yes, it's odd. As you attempt to dive in and try and see what's wrong, as you are trying to fold in on yourself, your mind goes just so far enough that you are able to see the small spirit that's attached to your dock. The spirit looks like it was rended apart. It's not dead, but it's not there, not in the way that it once was. There's enough that it can reform there, but it, for all intents and purposes, is gone right now. And it doesn't seem like it detached. It seems like it was pulled off.
Is confused shaman and looking around for anything that might cause that.
Roll spirit affinity. Without the bonus to life.
Okay. Pass by 2.
You rolled a d6.
I did. Oops. One moment.
You're really out of it too, aren't you, bud?
Pass by 1. Sorry about
that. Okay. No, you're fine. So as you start looking around trying to find anything, you notice that there seem to be scraps of it that lead back in the direction of the stable. The walls where you had to all but pull yourself through, your best guess would be that they claimed something after all. I'll be right back.
Should we be concerned for Moon?
We should always be concerned about Moon, but
I'm just trying to make sure that my concern is not horrifically misplaced.
Yeah, I think we should all spare a little bit of concern for Moon. And while I think he's got things handled,
You're good. Keep talking.
You're all right there, Moon?
Yep, I'm fine. Sorry about that.
So yeah, Chifundo will look to the wall and the door, look back to the dock and his tail, kind of look at the, I guess, trail of essence that's heading towards the door. Then look at Sunrise. Sunrise, my sister, I don't think it is a good idea if I was to go back into that stable.
I would agree, but can I ask your reasoning now?
Are you aware of the spirit that has been attached to the dock of my tail for a little while now?
Yes, it makes strange noises at me occasionally. I've just gotten used to it.
Well, something just drained it heavily. I think it shall reform, but it's
unhappy.
It is not in a good state, and there is a trail of it all the way back to where I emerged from the stable.
I see.
Between that and the warding that I could feel as I moved around down there, I fear that my presence down there would be as much a threat to me as it would be to
The army of Fiora has a
jeopardize
new
the
officer.
image of our
Welcome,
group.
son.
She looks less frustrated. I don't want to tell you not to come, but if you feel like it would be bad, then yeah. Don't do anything that puts your or spirits have a life force, right?
That is
Yes.
essentially all they are.
Right. So don't do anything that would put their life or yours at risk.
Yes. Thank you, Sunrise. I'm sorry.
Jufendo, there are places that you have gone repeatedly that I cannot. It is okay that this would be one time where I can go there and you can't. There is nothing to apologize for.
Thank you, Sunrise.
Now, I am also curious, what did Hayes fix for food? And how high is it going to make us?
I think Hayes did specifically say last session there'd been nothing dubious in it.
How high do you get off radish?
How high do I get off what?
A radish.
Not very.
A radish?
Okay,
What's
then.
What's a radish?
I thought you said
It's
radish.
a vegetable.
Oh,
Okay,
radish.
Oh, radish. Okay.
Yes, radish.
Yeah, I heard ratch and thought he said ratchet.
Moon, just because you want to play as the female Lombax, don't let that roll over into the session, please.
No. I was just like, I didn't hear that correctly. What, you mean the new furry awakening for many unsuspecting teenagers? Yeah.
Yes, Furry Bait Part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I want to make a comment, but I got nothing.
Yeah, we're right.
Yo, the director admitted that. Like, nah, it's furry bait.
See that one coming.
Wait, the
Furry
director
Bait
of what?
sells.
Ratchet and Clank.
Oh.
The new
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Because Furry Bait sells.
That.
I mean, let's face it. When you've got that kind of automatic self-marketing going off, yeah, you're gonna tap into that.
Tap into that, he says.
Uh-huh.
The wording choice is poor, but I approve.
No, the wording choice was accurate. The moment that the character model was leaked, less than 24 hours. R34.
If only the world operated as fast as Rule 34.
Internet.
I was going to say R34 artists about the only thing legally faster than the speed of light.
I don't know if I should be impressed or disturbed.
You are allowed to be both.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny?
Why not both?
You know what's really funny is that the community that was doing the art actually figured out that it's very likely an alternate universe plot line because Lombaxes in the lore of Ratchet and Clank, males have tails, females don't, and the female character model was displayed with a tail.
Well, there's two theories. It's either an alternative or the character's transgender.
Either way, it's awesome.
Me.
Okay.
Hey, I mean, yeah. That would be
Yes, we know somebody either in the story writing or in the art department fucked up, but yeah.
We forgot our own lore, but everyone was going with that, so we rolled with it.
So anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
So it's like, no, I would have made the most of it. I just really made the hell of it.
Anyway, Hayes.
Yes.
So you have made this delicious meal. You have served all of your comrades. You hear Chifundo lamenting the fact that he may not be able to join the lot inside the stable.
Yeah. Well,
it's just, yeah, okay.
I mean, it is what it is.
You know, the more you say things like that, the more Moon is going to make it his mission to find something to rattle Hayes.
No, I'm just waiting for the day that No, don't worry. Someday I'll get Hayes. I already know what my ace in the hole is.
You're out of drugs.
Yep.
Damn it, he beat me to it.
So it's alternate title for tonight.
Someday, Hayes.
Chifundo, cock blocked and spirit locked.
Don't worry, Hayes. Someday you'll roll a nat 10 on luck. And when that does, you're going to be out of green.
Is that the part where he just reaches either into Sunrise or Hurricane's mains and pulls out another blunt?
No. See, at that point in time, the luck 10 means he can no longer just auto-generate blunts. And he's going to make it everyone else's problem.
Oh, the day I actually have to start keeping track of my use of green herb. Anyway.
His real weakness.
And he just gets up and walks.
So yeah, no, he had bats Chifundo. It's okay. It probably doesn't down there. It probably doesn't like zebras anyway.
Oh no, they do not like zebra at all. It's oh boy, yeah. So much warding. And unlike most of the wasteland, they seem to be maintaining it.
I need to roll perception for him real quick.
Well, when you consider it's likely a highly sophisticated lab, I'm sure they've got elaborate spiritual defenses against possible Zabraki infiltrators. You know they did that kind of thing.
Okay, who nat tens there, Moon? I'm curious.
Woo!
Because
Not me!
Some NPC just had a bad day.
It was to see if Valor could overhear your conversation, and nope, he fucking sleep.
He attack, he protect, but most importantly, he slept.
Oh, he sleep.
I mean, you're likely to stay out here with Nyota anyway.
Probably.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. PC Bean.
Wait, what?
As opposed to NPC Bean.
For a second there, I'm like, Moon just said PCP on live stream.
No, we said PC Bean.
Yeah, no. I am in no way, shape, or form promoting the zombie drug.
Yeah, I think we're kind of sitting here going in a circle very quickly until we get to another part.
Okay, let's say you got to a new part and you're not trying to outbean each other.
No, our Arcane will probably eat the dinner and probably have a magazine open and just reading it in the process, ear flicking as the conversation continues.
What is a magazine?
Give me a second because I actually came up with the name of it last session because I have 9 magazines and I've already read 3.
Are you reading the magazine and not the book that you borrowed from Mythic?
I don't know how to read Griffith.
That's right.
Well, I'm currently reading Equestria's Hidden Gems, a guide to vacation spots.
Oh. Yeah, no, Pineapple is over your shoulder. He is just like, oh, I've always wanted to go to the beach there.
Did somebody say beach?
Uh-oh.
He looks over and squeaks a little. I like the water.
It's been too long since I've seen the beach.
Well, we just stopped not that long ago at the Philly Scout camp where you were almost eaten.
But that was a lake. That's different.
There is a slowly turning pineapple head that just dagger glares at Mythic. You what?
It wasn't a big deal. I mean, there was a leash.
Big deal. It was an eldritch horror from beyond the stars.
Oh, you're talking about that. I thought you meant the leech and then the fish.
Yeah, to be fair, he had
I was talking about the thing that you woke up. I was talking about the thing that you woke up that swam towards you that created a wave.
I think that was the fish.
No, that was not.
No, that was the Kraken.
Yeah, no, the fish was what happened when he fell in the water.
You know, the Kraken.
The Kraken.
She says casually, like it's, you know.
Welcome to the wasteland.
Okay, and now Pineapple is just slowly ratchet turning his head towards Sunrise. Kraken?
Yeah, kind of a sentient giant squid monster.
No, I'm my dad used to read me sea monster stories. And he just does his best, tries to stand up on both hind legs and just make himself look big and flail his arms and noodle his arms a little bit, trying to replicate giant Kraken tendrils. You know, Kraken?
Yeah.
A little bit bigger than that, but yeah.
He's pretty on point about it.
I like how even Arcane's like, yeah. Shit like that happens.
Pineapple kindly excuses himself to go find a place to fear pee.
Arcane was just agreeing that it was on point about it being a big noodle monster.
Did you say fear pee?
Fear pee.
Was it something I said?
No, it was. Well, yes.
Maybe I should have downplayed its size a little bit more. You think that was too much?
No, I think honesty was pretty good. Just the fact it was brought up in the first place. Looks at Chifundo. Then
What?
looks at Hayes.
I didn't bring anything up. Don't look at me.
And then Sunrise should look in a mirror.
Then looks at Mythic. Your special occult friend is a little skittish and genuinely is trying his best. Perhaps repeatedly exposing him to us is not a good idea. Or the adventures we go on.
No, you know what? I 100% agree.
He made his cave!
But so long as he wants to come, and you agree that, you're responsible for him to some degree, to make sure he's okay, then I'm not gonna stop him. I'm just concerned.
Sunrise, both of us made it clear to Pineapple just how dangerous the wasteland was before we left South Shore.
I know. I'm
just need some time and maybe a little slower on the introduction into the deep end. I didn't think the Kraken was all that bad.
Did you say deep end or deviant? Because that's a big difference.
Yes. Actually, I said deep end, but yes. Wow, that really killed the conversation, didn't it?
Sorry, I was typing. Archie's just following along as this conversation develops. Doesn't really have much of a comment, though.
I'm actually surprised Arcane isn't reading the book. Hayes had added to the party loot.
Did you add a new one between sessions when I wasn't paying attention?
Well, it's one Hayes has already read. It was like
the history
Free of the
Equestria.
World or something. It's like a lore book.
Yeah, I'm reading through the magazines because I can get those, and then I'll get 3. Once I finish one of them, I'll get a 1-time pop-up plus 10 to academics and lore. Plus, if you read 3 books, you proc the you proc the book perk. Magazines get broken like that. Plus, also, whenever he's done, he can give other people it for reading stuff. Like, for example, after I finish reading the magazine, I'll let Pineapple have it, because he seemed interested in it.
Yeah, you are able. Yeah, the nice thing is that unless your GM hates you, books and magazines don't disappear after being used.
Yeah, I think magazines can be read only. Is it read once per character?
It's not that they can't. It's not that they can only be read once per character. Character can spend time rereading the same book. You just only get the benefit from it once.
Yeah.
My bad, that's what I meant in terms of mechanically. Like, fluff-wise, you can still keep the magazine and read it over and over. I mean, say maybe you get bored and you just need to pass the time.
Yep. You can't gain a bonus for that specific magazine, but let's say that you found Modern Mechanics Volume 2 and you had read Volume 1, you can gain the benefit from Volume 2 because it is a different skill, or because it is a different skill magazine.
It works like that. But
yes.
In the last question regarding that. So say if I read a book, if I finish reading this magazine, and say I pass it off to, let's just say, Hayes. Hayes can read it. Would he also get the magazine benefit, or is for magazines, is it a one-time read, period, while books are a one per character?
Hayes would also gain the one time plus 1, or the 1 time plus 10 bonus.
Thank you. I was confused on how magazines worked like that. So
yeah, they are eternal items. I mean, obviously, if it's caught on fire, it's gone, or gets overly soaked or whatnot, it's gone. Yeah, if the item itself gets destroyed, obviously you can't pass that along to someone else. But yeah, as long as as long as you're not using your magazines for toilet paper, you can pass them around an entire party.
Yeah, no, Moon. That's some heresy right there.
Sometimes you do heretical things when times no, but yeah, as long as the magazines or the book isn't damaged, it can be reused by the party. It just, you only gain the benefit once.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I read 3 of the survival ones as a precaution in case I needed it. Anyways,
Smart.
we got off the rails. Well, yeah, because the bonus from it's pretty good. And I know for crafters, it's pretty helpful too. I mean, at least not for my crafting build. Anyways, back on the rails.
You were asking questions. That's still on the rails. Okay. So, yeah, you were just spending your turn reading and eating.
Yeah. I'm also trying to do my best to keep track of the reading hours because you prefer us to keep track of it.
I do, because it actually takes time to read all the way through it.
Mm-hmm. And academics and lore is amazing because it shaves 1/4 of the time off. Well, once you get it, but
yep,
I put too much thought into this.
Don't worry about it. You good?
Horse gonna lore.
All right, Sunrise. So Pineapple makes his way back inside, just kind of leans up against Mythic. He's doing well and processing the information that was just kind of lumped onto him. Better than you've seen other random wastelanders handle this. Apparently, prolonged exposure to this group does just work like inoculation against mental damage.
It worked better than my rabies shot.
Oof.
She goes over to Pineapple and gives him a hug.
He returns the hug.
I think she just kind of got to give him a reassuring pat on the back there.
Sorry, Sunrise. I just... My dad used to always read me some of those old sailing stories. We had ancestors who used to do shipment, and so I've heard a lot of the sea stories and the sea shanties and the whatnot, and I just didn't realize that the Kraken was real, or that there were anything that big in the water. Although, considering big things can live in the water.
I should clarify. The Kraken is a pre-war species, hon.
Well, yeah. No, I know.
And it's not a single creature. We have had problems with such creatures for the entire existence of our species.
Oh, it's a species. His eyes, the normal, the scared look that was on them a moment ago is completely gone. That makes so much sense. Yeah, no, because one wouldn't be able to live that long. They'd have to, breed in order to reproduce and save off the. And now you've activated nerd mode.
Yeah, my best guess is that the pump that brings the water into the artificial lake at the Philly Scout camp was large enough for it to get in there as a baby, and it adapted to fresh water, and it stayed in there until it was too big to get out.
That makes sense.
All those underwater caves. Arcane will call over, still reading the magazine.
Or
Well,
a river,
true.
or various other means. But yeah,
Well, true, but even then, it makes sense that it would be able to get up there as a young, whether it got lost or displaced, or even if that's part of their life cycle habit and it just got locked in that, well, wherever this lake was. But, huh.
oh, it's she thinks about it and starts doing the math. Uh 4 days south by southwest.
Pineapple begins to vibrate a little bit. Wait,
It's technically only a few dozen hours away from the edge of the patrol routes from South Shore.
okay, I think I know what lake system you're talking about. Their dad had told one time about a meeting that they were contemplating expanding patrol borders, but that they didn't because of an incident.
Yeah,
That
there's
makes sense on what the incident is.
oh yeah, there's an old Philly Scout camp up there. Scapola Mina, one of our friends, is putting it back together. I don't know how she's going to deal with the lake monster, but we might actually have to go deal with it for her.
This is Scopolamina. She'll probably just lift it out of the water if it gets too much of a problem.
Or she'll just lift the water out of the way.
It's actually too big for someone with all the ranks of telekinetic expert to lift. It just like OOC, it's just too big to actually be lifted that way.
What if she just moves the water?
Same problem. Too much water to move.
Well, no, but you'd be able to move that much water easier.
Or she just speaks to Coffee Stain and they get a bunch of strong telekinetic ponies to work together.
Or, hear me out. Depth charges.
Calamari for days.
That's the fun way of dealing with it.
Like, I'm genuinely surprised. Like, I kind of expected when the thing was coming closer, Sunrise was just gonna whip off her saddlebags and, alright, about to do some war crimes, and just throw all of her explosives in the water. But I think Sunrise forgets that she can blow things up.
I genuinely do occasionally forget that I can just make more explosives that are bigger or very specialized for certain tasks.
Terrible boom horse.
I mean,
however,
seriously, Shoggoth sushi could be great.
However, I also tend to restrain my explosive force to the minimum amount necessary, and have long since only, used the absolute overkill method once.
Intentional.
Intentionally.
I wonder if Sunrise could actually, especially with base explosions, could actually cook up something to just clear that lake out of water.
Well, yeah, but at that point in time, something that big would be on the level of Megaspell. That is what you would need to remove a lake's worth of water.
Moon.
Anything else is just not going to have the yield.
Moon.
What?
Remember, kids, in the wasteland, calamari eats you.
Truth.
Now I'm hungry.
Anyway. So, moving on. Do we just have a nice dinner and move on to, figuring out our going into the stable?
Oh, yeah, I know Mythic wanted to go and chat with Valor as he now has food.
Mm-hmm.
I have food, and Valor has words for me. It's a fair trade. So that's what Weeb Horse is gonna do.
Okay. You make your way over to the Swordbird, and he's shuffled out of bed a little bit, but it's more so much that he's just thrown the covers back and is sitting on the edge. One leg on the bed, one leg off the bed. He gives you a wing wave as you move over, although he isn't exactly looking at whoever is walking closer.
Hey, you feeling better? I didn't donk you too hard back there, did I?
Oh, Mythic. Hello. No, I am feeling okay. Thank you for that battle the other day. It was quite enjoyable.
I thought it was still the same day.
Wow, he took a harder hit to the head than I thought.
Valor, sir, are you sure you're okay?
Yes, I feel fine. Has it only been a few hours?
I think. I don't know, that zebra weed sure does stuff to you.
Just Is it the same day? I don't know. I can feel my legs.
Well, you can feel your legs. That's a good sign.
All right. As you move in, there's a small curtain that displaces out of the way, and he's able to catch a couple of lines of setting sun. That makes sense. I am glad that the lot of you stayed and did not attempt to force your way in. That it could have gone poorly. I also smell food. Have you made meal here?
I myself have not cooked this. This would be the work of our dear friend Hayes, who is a really great cook.
Ah, the alchemist, yes.
And he has assured everyone that he has not added any special spices to the food.
He just gives you a look and cocks an eyebrow, like coriander?
Sure, we'll go with that. And he kind of floats over the plate of food.
He looks over at the food and nods once. I'm glad that Earth Pony did not attempt to add coriander. Coriander would not go well with this meal.
I think there was also some fish in that food as well. Didn't I had to catch some, or was it Hayes that caught some?
At hearing the word, I need to roll a charisma check real quick and see if he's able to maintain his manners and composure.
He just pulls a rainbow dash and just.
No, what are you talking about? He's a bird. He'll just simply just go wah, wah, wah.
He just as you say fish, there's just a very quiet squawk. Yes, please, I would greatly enjoy that fish. He just kind of scoots himself a little bit towards the edge of the bed, towards the direction of the fish. Grabby claws at the plate.
Plate floats over, nice and gently into his talons.
I need to roll another charisma check.
Mythic's definitely very much grateful that he could do this at range.
He grabs the plate, and you can see that there is incredible effort across his features, but he does, reach down with a fork and start, slowly making his way through the meal. It's a bit faster than someone with this level of dignification should have, but he didn't do what would have happened on a Nat 10, which would have been to go full-on Zoidberg on the plate. So he managed to maintain his composure and eat with civility, and after the meal is completely destroyed, even the bone of the fish is gone, he looks up to you with a grin, letting out a very small belch, and sorry about that. The appetite is always voracious after the first recombulation.
I understand. I take it you're a seafood fan?
I am a bird.
Yeah, that should be self-explanatory, shouldn't it?
He just laughs. If that fish was any fresher, I am not 100% sure that I would have been able to contain my composure. It is my great weakness and my biggest shame.
Man, he's not the only one. I lived at Harold and Bob's house, and then in Arizona. Bob is allergic to fish, Arizona has nothing that can get fish here on time.
Arizona is the desert.
So every time I go somewhere, there's a reason why I look at the menu and I go, "What's on the menu that has fish?" And everyone at conventions for like the last 2.5 years has been like, "Why do you eat fish every time you're at a convention?"
Because I don't get any, is probably your response.
For the same reason that every time I go through Pennsylvania, I buy Mr. Pibb. No, I get you.
Okay, Mr. Pibb, where you are?
Mr. Pibb does not exist in New York. You can't buy it anywhere. They don't sell it. They don't have it in the warehouse stores. They don't have it in Walmart. It doesn't exist up here.
Hey, Moon, I actually looked that up for you. Mr. Pibb does not exist in New York because the New York courts decreed that Mr. Pibb was too similar to Dr. Pepper and therefore warranted censorship under Pepsi's original copyright. It is the only state of the union where this is the case.
Saying.
All in favor of nuking New York, say aye.
No, who's there?
No, it's fine. I don't care. It's fine. I live in the valley. We'll be fine. Just what the actual... you know what? It is pretty close to DD Pep in flavor. I definitely can see why that would be a thing, but... yeah, I literally can't get Mr. Pibb here, so I will drive like 30 miles to buy some. Anyway, not the point. My Mr. Pibb addiction notwithstanding. After Valor proceeds to destroy the plate of fish and whatever else Hayes had cooked for that moment, he looks over to Mythic with a bit of a grin. I see that you had not forgotten that I wished to speak with you. I am glad to see you again.
Well, I figured a bit of food checking on you, and I'll probably go very much well together with whatever it is you wish to talk to me about. And now I'm just missing the sushi of my hometown.
Yeah, just turn on the light.
Unsure if he's forgotten how to use the mic or if he's talking to somebody in the background.
Talking to someone in the background.
All right.
Sorry about that. No, he looks over to you and kind of gives you an up and down and just... Who trained you to fight with a sword? Because your style is very similar to mine.
Well, back where I come from, a small town called Rockhammer, we have a lot of martial art books and attract a lot of martial art masters and whatnot. I was taught mine by a master of the Way of the Blade.
You do follow the same practice that I do.
You're a Way of the Blade follower as well.
He gives you a grin. Mythic, I wrote manuals.
Was not asked to read them immediately.
Is that a willpower roll
That's
here?
a willpower roll I hear.
That sounds like a lot of willpower.
-1 I hear, actually.
Also book.
Yep.
So with that penalty, he sees the look in your eyes and just reaches under his bed and just passes you a book. It's old, it's kind of beaten up, but here. I had a couple first edition copies. Take it.
Take it? Just to look at, right? You're not just giving this to me, right?
Well, yes. I mean, I would like to get it back at some point in time, after you've read through that book and I can see if you've learned any more.
Kind of takes it and kind of gingerly opens it. You'd think he was handling like the Holy Grail or something, the way he's looking at this book and reading it.
As you take the book and look past Valor, you see that in the back of his room, just leaned up against the wall, there's a very ornate-looking chunk of rock that seems to have a few gems inlaid in it.
Eyebrow raise?
He cocks his head to the side. Is something the matter?
You're going to find this odd, but that's an awfully pretty rock.
He scoots back on the bed a bit, grabs the entire thing, and brings it forth, leaning against the wall. You've seen this sword every day for multiple years of your life. You have been looking for this for ages. He moves into your line of view, the obsidian sword.
To be continued starts playing. It's actually good night, guys.
No, but I am going to go ahead and switch to Naoda.
God damn it.
Hey, you reminded me that I have the power of to be continued.
So, doing the freaky zebra walk, I step downstairs carrying the tea and head into the kitchen or head into the dining area.
I moved you down to the thing.
Thank you. To partake in the meal that I helped prepare.
All right. As you make your way down, seems that Hayes had finished cooking his way through the thing, and there is either a plate of food prepped for you or a plate with your name on it.
As I come close, I stop just behind Sunrise, lean down, and kiss her on the top of her head. Well, I see everybody's enjoying the meal.
We were wondering where you were. We were also talking about krakens and where they come from.
Okay, very strange aside, but there's really only one place to go where wouldn't be going directly outside onto the ground. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Krakens, really.
Yes.
Why are we talking about the abomination combination of honestly decent eating and hate-filled teeth mouths?
Oh, because I was brought up that Mythic was almost eaten by one.
Oh. Oh, that one. Yeah, we should probably consider doing something about that, but that's future us problems.
That is, if the Philly Scouts haven't already dealt with it.
Actually, I imagine that Philly Scout that I gave the my detonator to probably is on her way to take care of it.
Ah. And not the camp that's maybe half a day's travel from here.
Well, she is a Philly Scout, and they are setting up the camp, and part of it will probably be to either tame or get rid of the creatures, so I imagine the quickest way to get rid of it is likely depth charges, as
Yeah, but could you imagine Coffee Stain and Scopolamina having a tamed pet kraken?
I would not put it past them.
Well, we go to a cutscene showing the Philly Scout Navy dropping depth charges to the tune of music from old Godzilla movies when they went after Godzilla with depth charges.
I mean, you
Please,
remember
they're
those?
not deploying the oxygen destroyer.
I mean, you remember those old propaganda?
Guys, stop giving the GM ideas, please.
I mean, you remember those old propaganda films about, how the zebras were creating horrible mutant creatures to send after Equestria, and yeah, you remember those?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when the Philly Scouts don't end up liking one of the deals that Ten Pony tries to stick them with and six the Kraken on them?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The attacking Kraken.
I for one, I'm going to need to find popcorn so that I can watch that, because that's going to be hilarious. What?
No, I just...
No, and I look around at everybody at the table as I say that, and it's like, what? They're racist.
Isn't it known that Ten Pony was an old Ministry of Arcane Science building?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Arcane would look over.
You're looking at Nyota, who has an academics and lore of like 12.
I would say that knowing that knowledge about Ten Pony is common knowledge if you have... is at least knowledge one could have if they have an academics and lore of 25 or higher. If it's at like 40 or higher, yeah, they're aware that it was an old MAS building, that it had a, or that, there's theories of it having a chamber in there. But no, it isn't your,
My academics and lore is 18.
That's what I thought.
At this point, Hayes is like, Nyota, those ponies, 10 ponies used to be made.
You're kind of...
Yeah, you were kind of cutting out there. I know that 10 Pony was what?
Those ponies in 10 Pony were my neighbors, right?
And yet you're out here wandering around and not there being safe away from the wasteland. Must not have been really good neighbors if you decided to leave.
Hayes thinks back to all the times they issued him ordinances about smoking indoors.
Actually, he wouldn't. That was a habit he developed after he.
Oh, really? Okay. Never mind. You don't have, several hundred bits in unpaid ordinances.
Can you imagine just what Hayes would have done to the air processing systems in that tower?
Hayes's post 10 Pony wasteland coping mechanism: smoke lots of weed.
Well, if Hayes had been in charge of the ventilation system thing with the ghouls and the inhabitants, there wouldn't have been a mass extermination. The only thing they would have exterminated would have been the Pringles.
Oh god, all of your snacks just gone by the end of the week.
I can't exactly deny that. But he's like, there were other reasons. At that point, Hayes just kind of gets very interested in his food.
The chat has a question for Moon. Does that make 10 Pony an HOA?
Oh, God!
Also, hi, Nerdy Drunk Monkey Goblin. Welcome to the Army of Fjord.
Wait.
Okay, first of all, that's an awesome name.
Translate HOA to me.
Homeowners Association of America.
Okay.
Oh, no.
It is a heavily Americanized concept whereby everybody buys into an agency who polices how everyone else's homes look.
Okay, the general idea of an HOA is to have certain guidelines in effect to ensure to keep everybody's property values high. So, like, one home in the neighborhood doesn't just become an abandoned, rat-filled mess and decreases the value of all the property around.
They're the people who send
You're
you
not
ordinance.
You're not allowed to become that one guy that just lets his front lawn just get overgrown and out of control.
Yeah, they'll send you ordinances if your house doesn't look like a turn of the 18th century French Victorian estate.
Like I said, keep things appropriate for the neighborhood. In reality, they end up being where some retiree goes on a power trip because they're the only one that has the time to actually bother policing the neighborhood. But yeah, no, they're awful. And in practice, the intention is good, but in practice, they're awful.
To quote Psycho Stick, we all hate the HOA.
Yeah, they're basically licensed Karens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, you're right.
Moon just had a horrified realization.
We're gonna take break. I'll be back at 10.
GG, Moon just took sanity damage.
Yep.
All right. Well, in the meantime, these are the last 3 days to order your copy of our third book, which comes out at Everfree Northwest. If you don't order in the next couple of days, one, I can't actually guarantee you a copy, and two, I can't. You won't get the free bookmark and the discounted price compared to what it will be on the shelf once it's at Everfree. In the meantime, I'm going to play some music for you guys that we have created. This is our music, so Twitch bots, go away. We own this.
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. Go tell that lion you're a traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My main's been wet with the morning dew. I've been down on bended knee, talking to the man from stable 43. She spoke to me, voice so full of good. I thought I heard the shuffle of the angel's hooves. She called my name and my heart stood still when she said, "Phony, go and do my will." Go tell that lion, you traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit fighter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. You may throw your rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow mare. But sure as selection made day and night, what's down in the dark will be brought to the light. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. Go tell that lion-eared traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Go tell that lion-eared traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the
I think that's the closest to ever to Hayes' backstory actually coming out in session.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, gosh dang it. I just moving some files and it popped right in front of my cursor. Okay, I'm gonna put Bastion soundtrack. I'm trying to get a beat on what just happened for Mythic. Did Valor just pull out the Obsidian Sword?
Yes, Valor has the Obsidian Sword.
Apparently Valor is a collector of MacGuffins.
It's either the Obsidian Sword or a Obsidian Sword.
I'm gonna guess it's the same.
An Obsidian Sword.
Along with a great spirit, he struck down every foe. Safety in the wasteland.
Don't you correct my English? It is perfect.
I wasn't complaining about your English.
So wore a hat of red and black.
No, corrected me.
I said that in any of my writing, Props would beat me over the head with a baseball bat.
Load shotgun and you write
Yes.
till instead of until in every single instance. In every single instance, I have to fix it unless it's dialogue.
I'm from Alabama! I think till is a word. I know it's not, but I think it is.
Well, till is a word. You till a word. However, I get what you mean because I actually use that in my own speech. It's just a matter of writing it in terms of writing. Use until. I let you have it though for the dialogue. For dialogue, I try to avoid touching dialogue unless it's correcting plus withdrawal.
Till is a word. It has two meanings. It's like it's tilling as far as like tilling the soil, tilling the land. But there's also till as far as like cash and stuff. Like we got somebody that comes back and takes our till out of the cash register. I didn't have to look that up and make sure.
That's not the till I mean. I mean like till you go to work.
Yeah.
That's not a word. That's not a word that's not normally used like that.
That's not a word. It's actually not a word in English.
It's not. It's kind of in the same case of fixin' too, kind of like in a Texas twang.
Because I'm a regulator, someone has to bring the law in.
Huh. Dear Princess List, today I learned.
Also, I realized an important question we need to find out about that book from Valor. Is it a signed copy?
Well, I mean, it's the first edition print, and I can't keep it, so.
Asking for a second edition. Before we have a pure buy my book moment.
No, this is the part where Mythic comes, like, roaring out of the room right up to Arcane. Arcane, I need a notebook and a pen right now.
Hey, I swear, if I don't have a pencil in my inventory, I'm gonna be disappointed in myself.
You could just pull it out with whatever the thing that is that you can pull out random things.
Bric-a-brac.
I don't have it. I do a lot of flavoring and stuff. I've got a maintenance kit. I've got the 50 mysterious casings. I have 3 teddy bears.
What? Why do you have 3 teddy bears?
I have them in case of emergency.
You know where I've come from, but not from how far our journey so
What kind of emergency teddy bears?
I mean, look, if there's a child who's scared, you can give them a teddy bear. Plus, they're like 3 caps a piece, so it's no big deal.
Trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And
Oh, right, I forgot. I have What Would Pinkie Pie Do? A Handbook of Reality Breaking Protocols.
I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna hide.
It's only a 4-level clue, but it's literally written as this is fully writable.
A penance and pain in a body left laid, but inside the fire keeps
The Guide to Stealth I have, which is a stealth skill book, and then I have a semi-practical skill book for negotiation instruction. Let's copy of okay, I did not get myself that. I need to craft that. I should be able to just punch it forward. Okay. Cloudsville Special Unit? Oh, that's the Caroline Garner book. We'll check the list.
The creatures we face will sequel judgment, our mercy or grace. Decision is needed.
I forgot the two big the three big academics. No, everyone has academics and perks. Zebras just get the really fun ones.
You just ramble.
Yeah, I'm just doing
Okay. Okay, sound off. Who's not arcane?
I'm here.
Not fucking.
Cheers.
And like I kind of mentioned,
Definitely not arcane.
I'm kind of amazed that that's the closest to Hayes' backstory actually kept out in session.
Don't worry, we'll get there and you get your chance to show. Also, I found the academic similar perk. Look, the book perks have some really nice ones in there. If we can get 3 shamanism books for Chifundo, I think you'll appreciate that.
I think I'm pretty much at cap for what I'm allowed to do with shamanism.
What's your shamanistic affinity?
My shamanism is 122.
No, oh, spirit affinity. I brain farted.
Oh, spirit affinity is 6 base.
The book perk lets you bump it up by 1.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's shamanism, in my opinion, is actually one of the stronger ones. There's also ones like melee. You can boost your base melee or unarmed damage in your health by 10.
Yep. Shamanism is very, very powerful.
Oh, it is. It's hilariously dumb once you get to the really high levels of spirit affinity.
No, it's just powerful at the start. Like,
I mean, it's purposefully woolly written, so yeah, if you can imagine it and come up with a good justification for doing something, it kind of happens.
Yeah, we've in another campaign, we've had our shaman accidentally crit, and he summoned, like, at this point, I think he's already at 4 or 5 very old spirits. I mean, he straight up pulled Luna from the moon, and we broke the timeline. That was interesting.
I still remember when Glacier summoned a god. That was fun.
And I still remember when Adagio did Heels on Wheels for an encounter.
Fucking, I don't remember Heels on Wheels for an encounter, but what I do remember is I fly several hundred miles in, I throw a whole bunch of throwing knives, I fly several hundred miles out. Okay. Alright, it's your turn. What are you doing again? The same thing.
Azumi Flyhorse shows up. Healing potion, healing potion, healing potion, leave.
Did we just get healed by a helpful Cazador?
Yes.
Just get healed by a blur.
So I have made the agreement that I will I will paint. I will have a drawing of Sunrise doing the ultimate flip off to an HOA representative in the event that we get the tips up tonight. In the meantime, I'm going to turn this back over to Moon.
Why are you going to do a sun? What?
Well, someone asked what an HOA was. We had to explain it. The chat has been talking about it. And then I explained that according to U.S. laws, in the event that you inherit an HOA house, you don't have to obey the HOA because you didn't sign the forms. You are not responsible for the sins of the parent or of the relative or whoever passed it down to you, so you're not responsible for it at all. So if I were to ever inherit an HOA house, I would paint it flaming, screaming rainbows. On one side, I would have a Fallout Equestria scene. On the other side, I would have a 40K mural, and the driveway would have a shotgun with an angel and transparent concrete encasing it, so you couldn't get rid of it.
Because an HOA is not allowed to interfere with inheritance law. Yeah.
And just have an HOA rep walk by my house every day and be absolute and wave at them and be all friendly. Just have them go Grrr! Because that's what I think of HOAs. Anyway,
I mean, I need to link a song in the chat, but that can wait until later.
The stream tip grenade has been armed. 5 seconds until detonation.
Can you hear that in the background?
I heard something.
Yeah, I hadn't queued up when it first hit, but like a couple of them have shaken the windows. Oh, man.
Hi, this bag of hugs for $5. Hold!
Hype for Wah hate.
So, where were we? Hayes was just starting to stare at his food with renewed interest.
Oh, right, yeah, Nyota had made his way back down. We were talking about a show. Yeah, so it was just, so I think it was either the end of Nyota's or the beginning of Chifundo's.
It will be the beginning of Chifundo's turn as Nyota takes a seat next to Sunrise, pulls a plate over to him as I pull a plate over to myself and begin to indulge in tea and dinner.
Chifundo will likewise indulge in tea, as I can't think of anything that Chifundo wants to do, and kind of waiting on the major moving forward events.
Hayes.
Yes.
Is Hayes just existing for a turn, or?
Yes.
Of course. Okay.
Can I spend the turn not existing?
Yes, your character now.
That's a mood.
Yoink.
Wait,
I mean,
hang on, can he roll stealth to hide from reality itself?
No, but I will let you roll. You can make me a stealth check to hide from yourself.
But you can't hide from the sins of your past.
Moon, aren't we all slightly hiding from our true selves?
Oh no! I it kind of like the reason why Tom Cruise runs in all his movies. That kind of hiding.
Also, I mean, I imagine Nyota is able to literally hide from himself sometimes.
Well, no, actually, Nyota is incapable of hiding from himself because his Pitbuck tag always knows where he is.
Except,
yeah,
as with Sunrises, if he stealths hard enough, his Pitbuck can't detect him.
Well, no. His Pitbuck is always capable of detecting him because it's intrinsically linked into his central nervous system. via the connections for the sake of his health
Yeah,
monitoring.
it's like if you are hiding from that, it means you took it off. It is in fact the one thing that he cannot hide from.
I'm sure
One of
with
these
spirit,
days, it will betray me by turning on the light at an inopportune moment.
But like,
I'm sure with spirits of the machines, we can work out a way of Nyota hiding from his own pickpock while it's still on his hoof.
Well, no, because Nyota hiding from his pitbuck would be like Nyota trying to hide from his gay thoughts. Try and hide as much as you want; they'll catch you. They'll find you.
Not by thoughts, Moon. By
But by thoughts. Sorry, by thoughts.
Distantly, Ember starts playing Careless Whisper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like that song.
So do I.
I know, it's a good song.
In before
It's
the
just
chat
incredibly
demands Nyota Valor babies.
Well, no, it's more just that whenever it's due, there's just a quiet Ember. Never gonna dance again. Fuck off, Ember. Guilty hooves have got. Fuck off, Ember.
Don't you ruin this for me.
No. Would it then become a case of if Sunrise and Nyota are in the same room, Ember and Pinky proceed to do a duet of it?
No, Pinky would be on the saxophone.
Yeah, of course. She's Saxmare.
Anyway, should we get back to the plot? Because I think we have a door to crack open.
No.
We are at the plot. It's just Nyota's plot.
I mean, I've come to the conclusion the door is we're never going to actually open the door. It merely exists to torment the audience. Where actually the campaign now is simply playing a house at Valor's place.
No.
God damn it.
MT is right.
I'm down.
Let's finish dinner and go open the door and leave Mythic over here to deal with his sudden sword boner.
Hey, it's fine. I can let the boofer stay.
And I guess I'll be keeping the two zebras company. Oh god, that's even worse.
No, it's fine.
So, Mythic, you know that Valor and I were an item once.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
I mean, Chiffon don't need
an adult.
Chiffon needs to get some
am an
energy from
adult.
somewhere to regenerate the spirit on his dock.
Wait.
Like, fuck.
Is it too late to remind everyone it is my birthday? Wait, that's even worse.
Oh, somebody's a birthday boy. He needs some spankings, huh?
Burfin Day. Womb Pansumation Day.
Actually, give me a second. I can give an exact date because I've been keeping track of it. And I need to find. Is it right up? Yeah, it's under right up. Give me a
All
second.
right. So you were taking care of that Sunrise. Oh no, that's just what that says. I see that you are going over to try and poke at the door. MT, are you gonna do anything else this turn, or?
Is Sunrise going to go poke at the door?
Well, your turn goes before hers, so I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. Because it's very clear that she's going to go poke at the door.
Can I reserve my turn to go poke at the door with her?
You can reserve your turn to go poke at the door. Thanks, Ominous Thunder.
I mean, if that wasn't perfectly timed, I don't know what is.
Okay.
As the whole.
As we have to close the door that leads up to the tower because sudden rainstorm.
Is this about to become a murder mystery?
So, MT, or Arcane, you hold your turn. Sunrise. The code typed in. It seems to think for a hot minute, and then eventually is just code not accepted. But it definitely did. But it definitely did that very long thinking about it.
She removes Nyota's last name and the underscores and tries that.
Doesn't work. Give me an int check.
Because I am smarter. I are smart.
Okay, well, you notice that it's not just alpha, but alphanumeric.
Oh. NY0T4.
On a 2, that doesn't end up working, and on the third beep, you just hear a griffish voice. I'll be there in a moment, but it's numeric alpha substitution.
Is there also an exclamation mark at the end, or is it the start?
No, but it's better than the old code that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Password must contain a
He has
mixture
to
of
process
letters,
this for a
numbers,
minute.
capitals, and symbols.
Arcane mutters softly to himself. Good thing I don't have a briefcase.
There's just that griffish voice. You had some of the brightest minds in Equestria. They couldn't be asked to deal with a code more complex than someone's luggage info.
Right. Hold on.
Well, you know, Arcane remembers he does actually have a briefcase.
Arcane, what's the passcode to the briefcase?
1, 1, 1, 1.
You know what? For joke's sake, it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Hey, B.
Yes.
Check bullshitting.
I am preparing my sense of, oh my god, love for your wife, love for the motherland. That's terrible. Alright, in that case, she types in 78111. I hate you so much. 121 with dashes between each of these. 11697 enter.
The light, the code just kind of blinks for a second. There's an idea that it's a correct, there is an idea that it is a correct code, but it says manual input device required.
Time for the pick book.
Pick book plugin, click.
You silly horse! You tried to open a stable door without using the inbuilt scomp link.
I hate you so much.
No, hate Fallout 4. Don't hate me.
Also, I think you're doing in 76. No, you don't.
Well, that's just because 76 is Fallout 4 with multiplayer options.
It's not optional, though.
And all the good stuff stripped out.
Yeah, they came out with a new update today.
I enjoyed it for a while back in January of 2020 because it was just finally a single player game for a while.
I'm sorry, how many years did it take them to put NPCs in the game?
2 years.
They were always there. They just didn't enable them.
No, they were always there. They're just dead. I mean, one of the main ideas of the game was automation of the workforce.
No, I mean, I think the NPCs were always there. They just never enabled them. But that's not the point. So, yeah, you put the scomp plug in, you type in the code, the door hisses open, and it unlocks. It does, however, not open.
He looks to see if there's a malfunction.
There is something down. Give me a perception check.
You're a sunrise?
Yeah, sunrise.
Okay.
Yeah, Arcane, there is Even on a nat 10, you would see that there is a big red button there that had just been pushed that caused the thing to kind of depressurize and go, door open, door malfunction. As you look around, you notice that there... You see what appears to be a screwdriver just kind of shunted down the side of the door. It doesn't appear that it damaged it in any way, shape, or form, and this doesn't look like any of the screwdrivers you've ever had. It just appears to be a very generic couple of bit Bronco brand screwdriver, flathead.
And I pull out said screwdrivers.
The screwdriver can be removed.
I remove it.
The door is capable of fully opening.
Okay, then.
Arcane squints at the screwdriver confusedly.
The screwdriver squints back at you like, what, bitch?
And I attempt to squint back and intimidate the screwdriver.
Roll intimidate.
And this is what I get for not doing my safety code spells, but that probably would have been a pass, but actually, I probably should go ahead and pop those two now.
The screwdriver critically fails its attempt to intimidate you because it's a fucking screwdriver!
Right, I just realized I probably should have done two. Actually, I'll do two things in a minute. Wait for my turn.
If you had failed and it had passed, you would have gained phobia screwdrivers. Have fun crafting.
Oof.
Or railway rifle that shoots only screwdrivers.
Sunrise will roll her eyes and reach over and restart the door sequence.
Alright, it takes a few minutes with all the finagling and the fucking around, but it's clear that this door hasn't been opened in a very, very, very long time. There's a small layer of dust that moves, and you get the sensation that anyone down inside of this is just going to be not necessarily on high alert, but exceptionally confused.
So what the fuck alert?
It seems to have an airlock type mechanism, as there is on the other side of this door. There's a small, and as you open the door, you see the image again of the area inside where the cart full of crates and containers got dragged into. Some ponies in what's very clearly some type of class 4 PPE pulling it in, and then the door closing behind you, or closing behind them, except, well, you're here. It's just one of those memories that it could fill out to last a second, but in reality only lasts a second or two. Essentially what I'm saying is you don't go into memory orb mode. It's just, I remember that memory that I shouldn't be remembering. Weird.
Right. Well, when the door's open enough, she's going to walk up to the door and step inside.
Okay. Stepping inside, it's an airlock. It becomes abundantly clear that the only way the door in front of you is opening is if the door behind you closes.
I look for a camera.
Roll perception again at a +1.
Apparently, I really like the number 2 tonight.
There are no cameras in here. This appears to be very much a form over function type room. It's the metal is as smooth as it can be to prevent things getting trapped. What you do see, though, are what appear to be a couple of sprinklers up top, as well as air vents on either side of them.
So what I'm hearing is we won't need Hayes's gold brick doorstep.
What I'm hearing is we
Golden-
might want to use the gold brick doorstep for reasons.
No, what are you talking about? We need to just simply gild the screwdriver, and then boom, we've got a 20. Then we've got a gold brick bar screwdriver.
Walks over to the big door and pounds an armored hoof against it to see if anyone's on the other side.
Boom! It echoes deeply into the chamber, and it is as deadly silent as the last stable like this you went into. Except, your pitlock is clearly telling you that there's a bunch of things living in here. They aren't red, but there's a bunch of ticks. Just, oh hey, they come and go at the very end. They'll be there for a second and then gone. There for a second and then gone. It seems clear that they're just moving in and out of the maximum range of detection, but if what Valor is said is to be trusted, they won't be hostile as long as you don't go in there guns blazing.
Yeah, but if it's an actual airlock, then propping the one door open is not gonna. The other one won't open. Actually, what does Hayes know about decontamination procedures?
You can roll either medicine or academics. The most common form of decontamination outside of Radaway or Radax is decontamination shower, and anything to get rid of surrounding heavy air particles, combined with some kind of PPE that grants the user an environmental seal. This helps wash off any surface detritus and keep the suit clean, as well as preventing with the airlock, preventing any contaminants from getting inside the clean facility.
So, to my expert judgment, this isn't a decontamination sheet.
It looks like it's it looks like one of the kinds designed to just clean something off, not deep scoured or clean it from heavy or clean it from hot dirt.
Okay. Well, wrap up anything you don't want to get wet.
They're kidding, right?
It looks like a pretty standard decontamination shower.
Have you ever had one of those moments where you seriously consider just blowing something up?
No.
There's just a very quiet yes from Pineapple.
That's not your boyfriend's rear?
He stops and looks over to you. Fragmentation grenades are pretty.
Oh.
Dad took me to the testing range one time.
Then you and I are going to get along better than I thought we were.
He just has a look of delight in his eyes. The same look that an 11-year-old has the first time they witness a mortar shell go off. It was really loud, though.
Here?
All right. Sonny, you can think about how you're going to go about this.
Well, in Sunrise's paranoid mind, she's worried that they're going to gas us.
I mean, Sunrise has been in this stable before and survived, hasn't she?
She would know that that's having seen how this goes in, there isn't a gassing that comes.
Doesn't mean that they're not able to do it.
That's fair. I'm just saying, as far as your memory goes, that's not what those events were used for.
Yeah, and at this point, Nyota looks over. Love, if you're so worried about it, use your gas mask.
Yeah, I know. Don't like it because it's kind of stuffy.
Then pick one. Asphyxiation or, being a little stuffy and damp.
No, she's just mad that the door isn't open and going, yes, come right in!
But yes, let me roll out the red carpet.
So Hayes just kind of makes sure everything is, all of his stuff is as sealed up as it can be, and just, okay, who else? Anybody? Nobody else going in? Okay, hits the door to cycle it.
King will just simply adjust his hat and his coat and just mutters a soft, I've dealt with worse.
Okay. Meanwhile, while they are attempting to work their way through the door, and Valor is occasionally shooting bits of, no, the other lever. No, the other lever.
Hold on, Grump.
You sure you're a smart pony?
He stops and looks at you as you seem to be just transfixed on the ornamental looking sword. Yup.
There goes the instruction manual as Blade's eyes just lock directly on that thing in just pure shock.
I take it that you are familiar with this.
It's a good 1, 2, 3 second silence as he just kind of stares at it before apparently it eventually kind of crosses his mind that he's being talked to, and just kind of hesitantly looks up at Valor. Where did you get this?
Oh, this was sold to me by a merchant who had been carrying it from town to town, trying to sell it off. Apparently, no one was willing to pay the price that he was selling the thing for, but I have little need for caps, so I paid the 10. I paid the 10 grand asking price, and well, it's a very beautiful piece.
Only 10 grand.
Only.
I have a history with this one. I'm just kind of coming to terms with the fact that he. Well, Valor, what you're holding there in your talons is something I've been looking for almost a year now.
Just outright explain the situation.
I'm seeing if he's having a reaction, or if he's going back, or if I'm just going to sit here and just dump all of this. I guess I'll sit here and dump all this. So Mythic will kind of pick up the manual, set it somewhere safe after his accidental dropping with a little sheepish smile before pointing at the obsidian blade. That sword was stolen from my hometown several months to a year ago, and I volunteered to go after it. We've been guarding that sword since forever. I didn't think I'd see it so soon.
He nods as you tell this tale, as you mentioned that it had been your charge for ages, and he looks it over, lifts it up with a claw, and turns it this way or that. It's a very interesting weapon. It doesn't look like it has a great cutting edge, but there seemed to be something affixed inside the obsidian.
Well, originally when I went after it, I'm going to be honest, I honestly thought that was all there was to it, but there is a sword on the inside of that. It used to belong to someone we called. Pauses as I look through the thing because unfortunately my brain is still recovering from work.
Oh, that's fine. My brain's still soup.
The Old World Warrior or Old World?
What did you say?
What was the exact name? It was the Old World Warrior, the Old World Swords Pony.
I believe it was the Old World Warrior. Let me double check.
Old World Warrior. There we go. Now it's way up there. All right, there we go. It used to belong to somebody called the Old World Warrior. It was not terribly much is known about it. Someone that survived the fall of the old world. It was. They went by many names, but we tend to call him by her by the old world warrior. To be honest, I missed most of the details in the stories that were told, and a lot was lost over time. But it's something my town was more or less built around, and we've been guarding it for ever. And I myself was picked to be one of the guardians, and I've been guarding it for about 5+ years now.
He just grins at you as you mentioned that. Well, not to be rude there, but don't seem to have done the best job guarding it, as he's still holding it in his claw.
Yeah, it was kind of partially my fault it got stolen in the first place.
A good thief is going to be able to outwit the most vigilant guard any day. Do not take heart.
No, I still rather responsible for this one. It was perhaps it's I never really wanted my position in the first place, you see. And now recently I think I'm just kind of having to come to terms with the fact that yeah, maybe I let it happen rather than being completely outsmarted or outplayed. But here it is, almost a year later. I didn't think I'd see it so soon, despite the fact it's been almost a year. In fact, today is my birthday.
He blinks. Oh. Well. He stands up with a little bit of effort, the sword pressed into the ground to act as a cane to get him to his feet.
Mythic will kind of use his magic to help prop him up a little bit. You know, this TK to kind of hold him up and take some weight off of his probably still sore limbs. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you?
No, in what way?
Well, I say I've missed most of the stories and don't know much about it myself, but I've learned a few things while following Sunrise and her friends. Apparently, the military was interested in it at some point, which is really funny coming out, those words coming out of my mouth now and really thinking about it, but at the same time, it was apparently a moot blade at some point. There was also tales of other blades like this one, different kinds. One of them was a wave, another one was a blazing sword, another bluish steel. And there's a memory orb and there's blueprints for it.
He oohs a little bit at the sound of another one similar.
Yes, this old world warrior was admittedly pretty cool, at least I think. Kind of looked up to some of the more fun stories about it. They apparently had several different swords.
Valor nods once and looks the weapon over. Tell me, Mythic.
Yes?
Do you trust me?
Well, you didn't immediately take off my head, and you fought me as an honorable griffin to an honorable pony. So, yeah, I suppose I do trust you.
Well, yes, because so many who come this way who've attempted to have either shied away from the challenge to fight me or just wish to play cards or something.
To be completely honest, I was torn between dueling you and playing you at chess.
Chess is my weakness. I do have a board around here.
Cards would also be fun. I've gotten to play cards a lot.
I had a gambling problem back before the old war. I'm glad to not touch cards anymore. I like poker. It is a fun game. But he clears his head, the talk of games distracting him a bit. Take that sword made of obsidian glass and shatter it.
You want me to just break it?
You won't break the important things in there.
I suppose that is fair.
It was never a style that I could learn myself or practice, but if I am correct, but take your time, deliberate that. If you choose to keep and return it, I would understand it was your charge, but if I am correct, the real sword is deep inside.
But a year ago, I would have probably just taken it back without a thought, passing it off with some dusty rock. But now, I think I will deliberate over that.
Take your time. I am clearly not going anywhere.
Oh, yes, that's right. We were all supposed to go into the state. Kind of looks outside the room as he's like talking and turning around, and everyone's gone. Except for Nyoto and Shofundo.
Oh, yes, it seems they were attempting to work the door. I think they mostly got it open.
Well, I guess I'm just going to be keeping a lot of you company for now, then.
I mean, you can try and catch up with them, but...
Curious as I am what's down there, going to be honest, I don't think I would be very much help or use as far as this box situation is concerned, or at least with whatever's down there. If it's important...
He looks you dead in the eye and just says, it's a bunch of nerds.
Come again?
It's a bunch of nerds.
The term is Egghead Moon, it's Fallout.
You're right.
But it's Valor.
You're right. There's just a bunch of eggheads down there.
Nerd.
They are good folks. They are. At this point, some of them are like children to me, but it is my charge to keep them there until the atmospheric conditions become stable and safe again.
And they aren't.
Not for them. No, the levels are still too high out here.
I could argue that, but you know what? I think you are actually right on that one. I will concede that point. Shudders at thought of Kraken.
Kraken shudders at the thought of a pink zebra.
Sorry, I missed that.
Mythic shudders at the thought of a kraken. The kraken shudders at the thought of a pink zebra.
The pink zebra that can stare straight into whatever exists as a soul within that thing.
It's got a soul. It's so fluffy and pink.
Defundo, seduced by a kraken.
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Anyways.
Did somebody say Bard?
But he nods to you as you take the weapon from him. And his wings splay out. He stretches his shoulders and his arms. Yawning a little bit as he stands up out of the bed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a tradition that I need to uphold. It's one I do not get to engage in much.
Pray tell.
Well, there are not many times that I am felled in combat, but each time I need to ensure that everything works properly. Wings, the eyes, the ears, the beak. And so I'm going to go for a quick flight. Don't break anything in my keep while I'm gone.
I would.
You know, he specifically said in his keep, he didn't say the whole thing.
I also didn't say anything about anything outside the keep.
That is true.
I will do my best not to break anything.
Just specifically my chess set. That is the thing I care the most about. Beyond that, well, I built the keep with my own 2 claws. I'm sure I could rebuild it.
On one hand, I would argue the fact that you are not showing a lot of faith in me. On the other hand, do have a good flight.
He stops. He pats you on the head. There's nothing to do with faith. I would issue the exact same thing to anyone left in my home after I leave it. And with that, he makes his way out of the room, staggering past the other 2. And,
before he gets out the door, Nyota will look up.
I was going to say, and Nyota. Valor comes staggering out. He is not armed with a sword at the moment.
Get your armor on, and after you come back, you're getting a full check.
I'll be fine. I just desperately need to...
After you get back, you're getting a full check.
He just kind of floofs out his wings. Are you attempting to take care of me?
Well, you remember it better than I do, but...
No, it's nice. I like it. I'm just surprised.
Well, I'm also the second medic of the group, so making sure that you're all in one piece in the box didn't have to do anything untowards to you. Kind of my job.
Well, I should be all right. Most of my body was intact, so it didn't have to recreate anything.
Sunrise calls out, "Don't forget the helmet!"
You heard the mayor.
He's already gone. He doesn't wear helmets.
Or apparently his armor.
He'll be back before he'll be back before he would need the armor. But the fight that he had with Mythic, he didn't have a helmet on.
Well,
fact,
I mean,
Iota,
when he gets back up 2 or 3 hours later, yeah.
I was going to say, in fact, Iota, you don't think you've ever seen him with anything other than something ceremonial on his head.
You know what? I am not going to tell Sunrise. Because if I do, she's going to try to make him wear one.
I mean, it would be a shame to block that heroic visage behind a mask.
I mean, true, but there are
One of these
open
days,
face helmets.
Say one of these days, I'm going to build a character around that whole perk set just to frustrate Sunrise.
Wait, hang on, that's a perk, right?
Yes, it is a level 3 perk that shoes the need to wear a helmet.
Yep, and there's also one for Dragon's Crown of Horns.
Yep, there is a monster. There's a monster perk that does the same thing too.
Crown of Horns just means you can't wear, but you get a bonus to your intimidation. It's Mama dropped you or something as a trait. Which
that's Clumsy Mother, and that's one of
Clumsy Mother,
that is such a sleeper trait. No one ever takes it, but it's so powerful.
But yeah, I must admit the idea has crossed my mind a couple of times to build an unarmored pony.
Seriously, dragon with Clumsy Mother, Crown of Horns, and taking the Nature's Clothing perk set. Hilarious.
So what I'm hearing is you want to build a nudist dragon.
I mean,
eventually all dragons are nudists.
You're right, though.
Not wrong.
No, Valor is still not a nudist. He's wearing the tank.
Jackal, not Valor.
You're right. Sorry, I've been saying the name for so long. Yes, Jackal still technically has a tank. He is wearing a fragment of clothing, in so much that he managed to find his size 5 cyber limb.
Yeah, so the tank is functionally his watch now.
What time is it? Explosion time!
So, Jackal, middle name Torg.
I'm still wondering if Jackal and the Kraken are big enough to have a date, and that could solve the Kraken problem.
No, what are you talking about? It's gonna be a kaiju fight.
No, because you forget Jackal is the kind of character that will box a family friendliness just about anything that's sentient, semi-sentient.
So what you're saying, it's the bootleg Godzilla versus Hedorah tentacle porn scene.
Well, I was going to say that was normal size Jackal. Jackal at this big is absolutely going to recreate Godzilla versus Gamora. He's just, I want to fight it.
Eddie, don't remind me about the freaking skull.
He's just he is like he's a 50-foot tall dragon. He wants to fight a giant eldritch monster. Are you kidding me? Yes, sex is cool and all, but have you ever, fought something in a cage match that came from outside of space and time?
I know something that's better. What if that said creature starts giving you bedroom eyes?
Why not both?
What part of sex is cool, but
hey. Angry sex is a thing. And as long as both parties consent.
Oh, no, at this point in time, Jackal's orientation, he's just fully asexual. Just, what gets you going? Shooting a tank cannon from my wrist.
Gotta be honest, that would be getting me going too.
Like, you gave him the ability to have a Mega Buster. Sex will never compare to that.
And we also gave him an Earth Pony to maintain it and potentially figure out how to turn it into a magic cannon.
That's fair. You did give him, you did provide a tactical battle small.
And Soot's never going to let him go because not only does he have the kick-ass tank arm, but now she's also got an entire size 5 cyber limb to work on.
Soot has a pet dragon. Soot won.
Yes, so we're not live. Can you imagine having a dragon, that kind of size dragon, as your wingman?
Ship the friendship, yo.
Let's just be glad she hasn't talked Jackal into attacking South Shore.
Yet. I mean, what?
That's a definite yet. That's a definite yet.
Yeah, I heard that.
I swear, Moon, if you end up raising South Shore to the ground before I get to learn the lore of that place.
No. Just she still needs to finish what she started.
I never figured out what that birthright was, actually.
It was the whole ownership of fusion.
Ooh. Oh, the fusion bottles and all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get now why she wanted that birthright. I actually never knew what that was for years. Now I know.
Yeah, because she was born an Earth Pony, Soot was denied her rightful place.
Well, that's
obviously she didn't fucking like that.
Well, I mean, if she knows cybernetics, she can give herself a horn, but I don't think they'd appreciate that.
I mean, it's kind of a shame that we didn't meet Sutter a few months later, because I'm pretty sure by that, towards the end, that Quick Stitch could have literally just grown her a horn.
Yeah, Quick Stitch has just swiftly become a demigod / minor god.
Quick Stitch would not have been able to grow her a horn, or if he did, it would have been purely cosmetic. He does not have the ability to swap a pony's race.
What if he is transformed?
Quick Stitch is probably sitting over here, waking up from being asleep, and Shadow's going, Moon is bullshitting about the capability I have medically to do things.
No, I'm saying that he would need... So, the things that this would require would be killing a unicorn and stealing their carbuncle.
Honestly,
he would have to do a hornectomy, and at that point in time, you're not a unicorn or an earth pony. You're a weird alicorn that doesn't have access to flight magic. Or I was going to say, or you're an arcane gears without the health penalty.
Don't forget the -1 charisma, because curse you, Matrix casting.
No, and the -1 charisma. I'm sorry. So you're arcane gears without the penalties. Anyway, moving on. Metaphorical high play notwithstanding, and the sound of Soot shooting a mountain.
I mean, does Arcane Gears want a Cyberhorn?
No, he's good for the moment.
Medicinal's just like, someone wants cybernetics?
But it's still on the list.
Hey, if I lose an eye, I will go to Hayes first about getting a cyber eye. That is considered part of one of my potential builds.
Okay.
So, Arcane going for the baleful eye. Okay.
Look, I've already hard locked myself out of like one of the dumbest freaking Earth Pony perks in the game that counts as like 14 perks.
What's that one?
It's like not special or something.
Yeah. The single greatest Earth Pony perk ever. Don't worry, I also locked myself out of that one time, and I was salty.
Yeah, like it's good, but then I mean the thing is I'm squinting between. It's always alchemy versus cybernetics, and that's such a good conversation to get into.
Yeah, it's the perk he's referring to. It's a level 24 one. You basically get the special trait again without any of the downsides.
No, you get 7 instances of intense training and 7 instances of extra special. The only requirement.
That the wording must have gotten changed on that, but
give me a second, I can get you locked.
It's not important at the moment in time. But
yeah,
the point is, I know what you're talking about, and yes, you did in fact lock yourself out of that.
Basically, the hard lock, for people who don't know, you cannot have any non-Earth Pony magic. You get arcane magic, gone.
Yeah, if you have arcane magic or access to Pegasi magic that isn't temporary, so, a flight talisman doesn't count. Going insane doesn't count, because that's something completely different.
Because it's a temporary effect.
Yeah, because you only have it when certain conditions are met. No, if you gain the ability to use arcane magic or gain the ability to use flight magic, you are automatically locked out of that trait, or locked out of that perk.
Okay.
But, yes.
It's a good perk to keep an eye on if you're not going down any of those racial magic things. Anyways,
Chifundo.
Chifundo.
Sorry.
So I was going. Yeah. So all right. Now that I caught the rules for everything. So yeah. So Nyota, you were aware that the thing on Chifundo's tail got ripped apart a bit, but Chifundo, you watched a large griffin head outside and go flying.
I must point out, Moon, that you said make Arcane lose an eye, and the only thing I had to think about was why stop at 1?
No, because then I can take 1, and then one, we can also continue the joke of everyone wearing eye patches, and 2, depending on which eye I lose, it'll determine whether how specifically I modify the eye.
God, it still wasn't as bad as the point in time where the party could go into an optometrist, get a half off special for just about all of them, and everyone comes out with eyewear.
something long-eye.exe.
Something sunrise staring into the heart of a star that's being barely contained as the life force of the planet is run through it.
Something sunrise got arc flashed.
I mean, Sunrise literally looked into the heart of the planet, I think.
Yeah, it was a it was it was a spirit bound in, and it was a collection of Nexus energy, but it's more the fact that staring directly at exposed lava is going to do a combination of your eye will get burned from the heat, and your eyes will get burned from the light. Or wait, no, it was the heat burn, not the light burn. I'm thinking of something else, but it's just that it's not hot that it should be making the same. Eyes are weird and they don't like a lot of things.
Yeah.
All right. Chifundo, are you doing anything else? Or are you doing any? Are you? Yeah, it is your turn. That is the word I'm trying to say.
Chifundo's going to try and see if he can just push a little bit of himself into what's left of the spirit to see if he can kind of help kickstart it.
Okay. Give me shamanism. Also, Nyota, off of your roles of shamanism and the like, you were able to see the same thing that Nyota did, that there are shreds of it here and shreds of it there, but as you look around, look up, look down, you can see it almost looks like it's right on the floor, but you can tell that that's just an optical illusion. You can see, looking down, there appear to be shreds of it just stuck here or there or embedded in places. And Chifundo, with a pass on that, you can see the same thing. It appears that there's almost a trail of breadcrumbs. Roll me intelligence, please, at a +1.
Oh,
pass, I believe.
On the nose, yeah.
Okay. You as you're following the ripped up path with your eyes, you can see that it seems to follow the same path in that you took. In other words, what I'm saying is you can see the individual shards that kind of made up this thing.
Are they moving or shifting at all, or are they just staying put?
They seem to be completely stationary. They are acting quite literally as if they were embedded in an object.
Can I do anything to the parts that are near me to try and coax them into kind of reforming into something?
Roll Spirit Affinity.
So fail.
You are able to draw some of the furthest down ones a little bit closer to the surface. Some of the ones that are not as deeply embedded in, but some of the bigger pieces, as you try to pull them towards you, you can see a sort of shimmer ripple through the ground, and the piece that you're pulling stays put. It seems that whatever prevented you from getting in, and whatever caused this spirit harm, it embedded shards of itself into them.
Okay. Well, I think for
the spirit isn't dead that's attached to your dock. It just doesn't have a form anymore.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is, certainly while Sunrise is in the stable, Chifundo is going to just keep retrying and keep kind of chipping away at trying to figure out how to bring all the parts of this spirit sort of back to him so he can try and figure out how to fix this. I don't know if you want me to roll anything in the background while things are going off. But
not at this moment. It'll take time between attempts to properly retry, but
that's what I'm saying. Sort of while Sunrise and whoever else is going with her is down in the stable, he's going to keep sort of chipping away at the problem.
Yes, I will, but no, it will take time.
That's what I'm saying. Sort of if background rolls or anything you want me to do. Other than that, yeah, end of my turn, I think.
All right. So then the next trio of ponies are all the three in the lock.
There's four of us, right?
There are three. There is Haze, and an Arcane, and Sunrise.
Where's Stripey Boy?
Which one?
Yeah, you gotta elaborate.
The Skitari one.
Oh, the Skittercat? Nyota is not with you, and your Pitbuck detects that Nyota is not actually standing next to you.
I'm still eating my dinner and enjoying my tea.
That's fair.
Wait, where's Nyota? I'm still on my 30. Go away.
He's up on top of the tower.
No, he came back down.
He came down ages ago.
My bad. That's on me. I thought he made food, then went back up to the tower.
Well,
and then he came back down again.
Here goes
And going up
nothing.
the stairs and going down the stairs.
hey, he's got to keep his figure somehow.
She presses the button to start the cycling process. Does it demand another password?
No, but I'm wondering, is there something blocking the external door?
Hayes, did you put a gold brick there?
No.
Then
okay, that is important. So if there is nothing blocking the the doors, Sunrise, Arcane, you were just waiting for the doors to close, yes?
tensely, but yes.
Well, no, I'm just making sure that you weren't wanting to, because that's going to happen and then the doors will go. That's all I'm just double checking. So yeah, the button gets pressed, the doors to the exterior close, and then you hear a robotic female voice say, "Decontamination procedure now in effect."
Can Hayes pull out like a scrub brush to just start?
Just shower in it.
Sure. Do you have soap as well?
No, he does not have soap.
Okay.
Would you like for me to provide soap?
Sure, why not?
Bric-a-brac.
I don't even have it. I was just offering it because random. In Wild Wasteland.
I will allow you to produce a single small bar from a Motel 6.
Yes, I was about to say it's a travel size, isn't it? Hang on, I'll make this fair. I'll roll luck.
Well then,
Buddy has spoken.
You have a single premium bar of Lilac Motel 8.
Arcane just passes it over to Hayes without saying a word.
Thank you. Proceeds
No
to
problem.
just, like I said, he just goes ahead and scrubs himself down in the decontamination shower.
And yeah, as the thing mentions its decontamination, the sprinklers kick on. There are a couple that seem to be not so much sprinklers, but there seems to be a side spray. It does kind of get you all around. Whoever is in the middle is going to be the least soaked, but
I'm singing in
but everyone is damp. After about 30 seconds, the water spray stops. The voice proceeds to say once again, "Decontamination now in effect," and there is just this massive sound of wind just being directed straight down at you, as if you were standing right behind a jet turbine taking off. It doesn't have the same force, mind you, but it's very clear that whatever is in here is not fucking around. There is a hard spray of decontamination, or a hard dry down of forced air, and then there is a reverse suction sound that comes from the vents. Decontamination procedure completing. Airlock procedure activated. Airlock procedure activated. Air decompressing in progress. And then, everyone make me an endurance check. Hayes, Arcane, and Sunrise.
What do we need to make checks for?
Because the room that you are in is quickly losing its atmosphere.
Wait a minute. What? Wait. Hang on.
It's there. So Hayes, you take a moment, hold your breath. Sunrise and Arcane, there's just suddenly no air in here anymore. However, that doesn't last for more than a couple of seconds, as once the machine is sure that the oxygen pressure inside this room is 0, the internal doors open. And the two of you are greeted with sweet, sweet oxygen. Sweet, sweet recycled oxygen.
Huh, that was interesting. Usually they just use a higher air pressure on the inside to keep the decontaminate the contaminants on the outside. You two okay?
Yeah. Give me a minute.
Same.
There are no lingering effects. It's just a very unpleasant sensation of having been deoxygenated. There are a set of working lights on or safety lights down the bottom. As well, there are some fluorescent lights overhead that illuminate the first part of the area. And this just appears to be a mostly sterile walkway, although there is a garage door to the internal left side.
I have to ask: is there like a box of like puff covers sitting there, like what people would put over their shoes, but in this case it would be hooves?
Oh, the frickin' booties!
Yes.
You know what? Yeah, there's a small package there of the booty style things that are designed to, it's one of the one size fits all. So as long as your hooves aren't like teeny tiny things, or you don't have ham hooved. Well, no, Sunrise is still normal enough size. It's like, are you a full? No. Okay, these will fit. Are you size 1? No, these will fit.
Hayes will put on his booties.
Okay. Hayes, do you have a booty on every single hoof?
Well, of course, because
Okay, you have a +5 to sneak.
Okay.
Sunrise looks at her overly armored hooves. Yeah, those aren't going to last like 6 seconds with me walking around.
I mean,
you could always take them off.
I mean,
God, I'm sorry, I'm just staring at the smile on that chibi Sunrise face, and I just hear it uttering all sorts of terrible, like, fuck you, shit, bitch.
Burn them, lad. Burn them all.
Kill them, every last one.
Will somebody kill me?
Well, Sunrise, it is supposed to be a sterile environment. Apparently.
Sunrise blinks a few times. Hayes, is anything on the rest of you sterile?
I mean, considering you just got washed down and air dried.
I mean, right now, Hayes is the cleanest one of all of you. He bothered to use soap. Actually, I need to PM you something.
Oh no.
No. It's a good thing. You want to see this message.
Oh, he just got the clean quest perk, didn't he?
Oh, he definitely got something. Too many people.
Is there anyone to greet us, or
I mean, was some to greet yet the other one?
Sunrise turns her head? Yes.
Yes, a bunny and a suicide note.
There was a bunny, a suicide note, a dead body that got back up. Later, there were aliens, and there were a bunch of chain guns that tried to shoot us, but they were out of ammunition.
Oh, speaking of which, admittedly, yes, there is a I forgot, there is a fourth person inside of that decontamination chamber with you. Sunrise, as you're just kind of settling up forth, you feel something wiggle and just kind of make its way on top of your head.
Oh, hi. She pets Boda, hands him a piece of lettuce.
So you know what happens when you put an entire large felled branch into a wood chipper?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Just spray everywhere.
Oh, complete with the sound effects and everything.
She starts stepping inside and looks around. Hello?
Arcane gives a wave to Bodapet, who has now appeared out of nowhere.
He makes bunny noises at you and flops in here a couple of times.
Is he just making indiscriminate bunny noises, or is he making actual bunny talk?
Good day, squire! I have not seen thee before, following unwits to this of the sunrise. What do you do here? Are you friend or are ye foe? Because if ye be foe, I shall strike ye down where you stand.
That Arcane.
Sunrise
flinks a
just
couple
hears
times, then
chirp,
gives a
chirp, chirp,
chuckle.
chirp, 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 chirp.
Rabbit, 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 rabbit.
Well, I reckon I'm friend, considering we haven't shot each other.
And out of MT, you just hear. It's just if you communicate back in common equestrian, the rabbit might not necessarily understand it. And so, just hear. Wait, could he just understand it or could he speak? Nah. So
I got to no, I have to remember how the logistics of this work, because I know he can understand it if he hears it, but I think it was the fact that the kid understood equestrian. I think. That's
okay. So, all right. So then your knowledge would be to just talk back to it in common equestrian.
Yeah, he's used to doing that because that's how he speaks with the kid.
Ah, damn! I was so hoping to have this long scene of Arcane just making bunny noises.
Hang on. Give me a second. I need to get this corrected.
But yeah,
I'll
so
back on this.
And so you're able to converse with him for a moment before he blinks off of Sunrise's head and appears about 10 feet in front of the lot of you, sniffing at things. Sunrise, you just watched your rabbit teleport.
Blink, blink. Well, Nyota said he did do that.
No, you told Nyota that he did that because that was a thing that he did with you.
Where did it teleport to, or do I not know?
Off of your head to 10 feet in front of you.
Okay, Moon, I got confirmation Arcane can specifically speak rabbit.
Okay,
He
so you
walks
just
up
hear
and She walks up and pats him with an armored hoof. You all right, Boda?
Did you put on the booties?
No.
Clank, 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 clank.
Even if I put on the booties, they won't survive the armored hooves walking around.
You won't know that till you try. But he turns around, looks up, starts pantomiming and making some slightly frantic motions. Proceeds to blink once, blink again, and just nod once before blinking up about 3 feet onto the garage door and seemingly clinging.
Hello?
But the inside of this area is very clean, very sterilely kept. The lighting, there isn't a dead bulb in the entire array, and at least in this main hallway, you can't see a fleck of dirt. This is cleaner than most sterile hospital rooms that you've seen in your life.
Hello?
Again, the voice echoes out into the hallway. And while you can't actually see it with your eyes, you see a sign at the end of the hall that mentions that there's a turn and elevators. The entire corridor in this part is just one large open area. There's nothing of note aside from a garage door. Also, the reason I haven't moved everyone onto a map is I have the map in physical that I had made a while back, and I had just spent the past 2 weeks looking for it. I found it about an hour before game started. So I am very sorry about that, but I actually have it in front of me.
No, you're fine, Moon.
Well, if that's the case, do you want to wait until you get it installed?
I mean, it's also 12:30, so I wouldn't have been going much longer.
So,
then yes,
I mean,
we'll
if we
be
need
back next week once you have the map installed.
yeah,
That sounds like it's a better idea.
But yes, you have made it inside. The airlock did not kill you, and you are armed with a rabbit.
Yes, I'm armed with a rabbit and several firearms. I understand why they don't want to come talk to me.
Given what that rabbit is capable of, yeah.
I'm wearing the friendly coat and my gun doesn't cause alarm when worn or drawn. Being friendly.
I get the feeling that it's not so much that Sunrise is heavily armed that's keeping them from coming to greet you. It's that you connected Sunrise's pip book to the entryway, and that let them know who was at the door.
Yeah.
Oh God, she's back. You deal with it. No, it's your turn.
Look, we don't want to hurt you. We just want some answers.
Meanwhile, in the administrative wing, I don't want to deal with people this time. You deal with people this time. No, I dealt with it the last time. You deal with people this time. Now!
Either that or it's been so long that it's like, oh my God, there are actually people here. What do we do? There's a manual for this, but nobody bothered to read it.
Where even?
There's a manual for this? They all go turn around to see the glass case where there's a manual. It's already been broken. The manual's already been taken out. No! Arcane, you converse with Boda. Please make me a luck check.
Alrighty.
Well then.
Ah, cool. I have mild bits of information to share with you in a moment.
Oh.
I just wanted to talk to the rabbit.
The rabbit has a very similar speech patterns and machinations to Valor. If you did not know better, you would assume that the one trained the other. Boda Pet is covered in what appears to be armor made out of strips of bark, kind of woven and put around his body. In spite of the fact that he is a bunny, he is as armored as Sunrise is, at least in the equivalence of, a rabbit. On one side of him, attached to his front shoulder, there's a small piece of metal that was moved and shaped to be the size of a short sword, and on the other is a thumbtack.
Yeah, I actually want to see a conversation between Boda and Valor now.
Yeah, Boda steps out. Valor goes, "Master, what are you doing here?"
What'd you say his short sword was made out of?
The short sword was made out of a piece of metal scrap that looked like it had been shaped by something with very tiny hands. The handle is even wrapped so that he can grab it in his mouth. You have the sensation that this is a rabbit that has seen some things and some stuff. There is a very clear air and aura of arcane energy surrounding and infused deep into the rabbit.
Interesting.
He is rabbit colored.
I have some thank yous to throw out real quick. Sketchy, Stargaze, Insane, Linzabi, and Spider Bitch. Thanks for the tips, I guess. I'm confused.
You're welcome.
I've added the picture of Sunrise and Iota flipping off an HOA to the list of things that have to be drawn now.
Oh god, I would be willing to throw money at that. I want to see it so badly.
Trifundo's going to be painting the house, and Mythic is going to be chaining the fence with medicinal haze, picking out drapes and curtains.
Damn it, now I actually want to find someone to commission a scene where Boda and Valor are squaring off.
You want to see Medicinal doing something to upset a HOA? Just have him sat on the lawn, just sprawled out on the lawn at the front of the house with the biggest blunt just smoldering away in his lips.
That's true.
Actually, Moon, I just had a beautiful idea. The one that you suggested with Valor and Mythic facing off. Have it done in the same style as the Nyota and Valor image, but reflected.
Anyway.
Can you say that again, Nyota? You...
Oh, sorry about that. Basically have the same picture as Nyota and Valor, but reversed. So Mythic is facing Valor from where Valor is facing Nyota.
Beautiful.
All right, Nerdy Drunken Monkey Goblin and Lol Wrecked D&D. Thank you. Welcome to the Army of Fiora. Hetty, Drinking Buddy, Lenzabi, Pony Chick, and James, Corvus. Welcome to the been here since I moved over to Twitch Club. Still, you're at 34 months. Bones, 32 months. Tier 3. Holy shit. And James, thank you for the only bits tonight. Those are appreciated. Anyway, I've been Fiora. I'm playing Sunrise, the complete idiot mayor who likes Kaboom Boom. Who's next?
Hello, I'm Avarna. I've been playing Medicinal Haze.
Hello, I'm
Adagio. Sorry, Karen, is that you?
I'm Adagio Rose, and I play Nyota.
Hetty, and I've been playing Chifundo.
I am That Pony, and I play Mythic Glade.
I am Moonhoof, and I can't help but giggle at the fact that the two zebra players try to talk at the same time.
And I am...
But
and it's Lenzabi here, who plays the voice of Twitty.
I'm just going to remind you,
Alien.
I'm just going to remind you, Moon. There was a point tonight where you rated, where you called Mythic Sunrise.
Wait, what? When did that happen?
Oh god, I've gone full Italian grandmother.
Cinder
Also,
died laughing in the other room just now.
Nyota, son of the Mythic Blade, whoever you are, you with the 4 legs!
Also,
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Exactly, that's his point.
One of the ones without stripes.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I mean,
you with the snoot.
I mean, somebody did say the striped one, and it was like both Nyota and Chifundo were in the same room.
And also,
It's even worse now since the wedding, because if they go the striped one, Nyota, Chifundo, and Sunrise all turn their head.
Oh yeah.
Please do not tempt me to make everyone striped, because give me a little bit. Actually, no, I can do it right now. No.
Here we go.
Yes, Sketchy,
you're
you're
gonna
the
have to give me a
stream
little bit of
boss. I just reset the stream boss health like I promised I would do. Remember, if you're going to order a copy of the book before it comes out and get the discount and the free bookmark, you got to do it before Sunday morning. I reset the HP. We're gonna go raid eeny meeny miny you. You guys seem to like Blue's S, so we're gonna go raid him. Which one is the striped one? Because that's the last thing on my mind. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.